സൈഡാണോ? ഞാനും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
İnkılap zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! FBOA zindabad! FBOA zindabad! FBOA zindabad! FBOA zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! October 11 zindabad! October 11 zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOA struggle zindabad! FBOA struggle zindabad! FBOA unity zindabad! FBOA unity zindabad! FBOA rights zindabad! FBI rights zindabad! FBI victory zindabad! FBI victory zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! FBOA zindabad! FBOA zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! FBOC zindabad! FBOC zindabad! National Conference zindabad! National Conference zindabad! Zindabad. Working class unity Zindabad. Working class unity Zindabad. Kozhikode Conference Zindabad. Inquilab Zindabad. Inquilab Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. Federal rights Zindabad. Federal rights Zindabad. FBOA rights Zindabad. FBOA rights Zindabad. Inquilab Zindabad. Inquilab Zindabad.
ആ ലൈവ് പോയോണ്ടിരിക്കുക.
FBOA Zindabad.
വൈഡ ഫ്രെയിം വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത് ഒരു വിടണ്ടേ
FBOA Zindabad.
ചെക്കന്മാര് കേറാനും വിടുന്നില്ല. ഒരു മയല്ലാത്തൊരു കളിയാണ്. നമ്മൾ പിന്നെ വെറുപ്പിക്കണ്ട വിചാരിച്ചിട്ടാ. നമ്മളിത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗിംബലൊക്കെ എടുത്ത് വെക്കുന്ന സംഭവമാണ്. വെറുപ്പിക്കണ്ട വിചാരിച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ പോയി അവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ നമ്മൾക്ക് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒന്നും ആവശ്യമില്ലല്ലോ. വൈഡല്ലേ മുമ്പിലാരും ഒന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. എടുത്തോ കുറച്ച് മുന്നേ പോയല്ലേ? അതിന് മുന്നേ കുറച്ച് കയറല്ലേ? കുറച്ച് മുന്നേ കയറല്ലേ? ഇവിടെ ഒന്ന് പുറകോട്ട് തന്നെ.
Inquilab Zindabad. Inquilab Zindabad. Inquilab Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. FBOC Zindabad. FBOC Zindabad. FBOC Zindabad. FBOC Zindabad. National Conference Zindabad. National Conference Zindabad. National Conference Zindabad. National Conference Zindabad. Kozhikode Conference Zindabad. Kozhikode Conference Zindabad. Kozhikode Conference Zindabad. Kozhikode Conference Zindabad. National Conference Zindabad! National Conference Zindabad!
Federal Bank Officers Association, an apolitical and welfare-focused organization being held for the first time in its history in Kozhikode, a city renowned for its culinary heritage and proudly recognized by UNESCO as the City of Literature. It gives me immense pride and joy to introduce an institution that truly embodies dignity, unity, and professional integrity. The Federal Bank Officers Association, fondly known as FBOA. The story of FBOA is not just about an association. It is a history of vision, courage, and the collective spirit of officers who believed in growing together with their beloved institution, the Federal Bank Limited. The journey of FBOA began in the year of 1966 when a group of young committed officers led by visionaries such as M.M. Matthew, K.P. Korath, N.V. George, N.P. Mathai, and K.V. Kuriakos came together with a noble dream to create a collective platform that would stand for fairness, dignity, and shared progress. What started as a small gathering of dedicated officers soon evolved into a powerful movement. Though the early years were filled with challenges, their perseverance and unity eventually led to official recognition, marking the beginning of a historic partnership between the management and officers built on trust, cooperation, and mutual growth.
Over the decades, the Federal Bank Officers Association has grown beyond the role of a traditional trade union. It has become a professional fraternity that upholds values of service, solidarity, and excellence. Through its remarkable initiatives such as the Federal Institute of Science and Technology, FISAT, scholarship programs, welfare funds, and the FBOA guest houses in Trivandrum and Ernakulam, the association continues to care for and empower its members and their families. Guided by its enduring motto, "Together we grow," the Federal Bank Officers Association stands as a shining example of how unity and professionalism can go hand in hand. It continues to uphold justice with compassion, leadership with humility, and a deep commitment to the growth of both bank and the officers. As we gather here today to celebrate its rich legacy, let us take a moment to salute those pioneers who built this great institution and those who continue to carry its torch forward with pride and purpose. Jai FBOA, Jai Federal.
We extend a warm welcome to the distinguished dignitaries as they grace the dais for the inaugural function.
We welcome the General Convener, Sri Praveen Kumar KP, towards the dais. We welcome you, sir. We have Sri Shekharan R., National President of AIBOC, with us today here. We warmly welcome him to the dais.
You cannot get out of this.
We have the State Secretary of AIBOC, Kerala, Sri Srinath Induchudan. We welcome him warmly to the dais.
And move on.
We warmly welcome Sri Shimad PR, General Secretary, Federal Bank Officers Associations, to the stage. We wholeheartedly welcome Sri Vivek Shankar, Vice President, Federal Bank Officers Association, to the dais. We also warmly welcome Sri Sujit Raju, General Secretary, Federal Bank Employees Union. We have with us Sri Paul Mundadan, General Secretary, FBOA. We warmly welcome him to the stage.
We shall commence today's gathering with a prayer. I invite Ms. Soumya Wilson to lead us in the same.
I kindly request everyone to stand up for the prayer.
പുലരിയിൽ വിരിയും സുമം സന്ധ്യയിൽ പൊഴിയും ദ്രുതം ക്ഷണികമെങ്കിലും അനുപമം അഴകിലവയെ ഒരുക്കിടും പരമജ്ഞാനമേ ദൈവമേ കൈവണങ്ങി നമിപ്പു ഞാൻ പുലരിയിൽ വിരിയും സുമം സന്ധ്യയിൽ പൊഴിയും ദ്രുതം ഉഷസ്സുണർന്നു വിളിക്കയായി ഉണരു മനസ്സേ സാദരം കനലെരിഞ്ഞൊരു രാവൊടുങ്ങി കനിവു പോലിത പുതുദിനം ഇന്നലെ ആകുലം പുലരി മഞ്ഞല പോൽ ഉരുകി മറയും ഉദയശോഭ ഉടയവൻ ചൊരിയും ശുഭം പുലരിയിൽ വിരിയും സുമം സന്ധ്യയിൽ പൊഴിയും ദ്രുതം ക്ഷണികമെങ്കിലും അനുപമം അഴകിലവയെ ഒരുക്കിടും പരമജ്ഞാനമേ ദൈവമേ കൈവണങ്ങി നമിപ്പു ഞാൻ കൈവണങ്ങി നമിപ്പു ഞാൻ.
We are privileged to have with us Shri Shimit Pyar, General Secretary of FBOA and Chairman of the governing body of FBOAES. His leadership has been instrumental in guiding the association's initiatives, and he is widely recognized for his contributions to both bank officers, welfare and banking education. I now invite Shri Shimit Pyar to deliver the welcome address.
President of the meeting, Sri Vivek Shankar, Vice President of Federal Bank Officers Association. Chief guest of the day, Sri M.K. Raghavan, Member of Parliament, Kozhikode, expected to arrive soon. Dr. Beena Philip, Mayor, Kozhikode Municipal Corporation. Keynote speaker, Sri Segaran R., National President, All India Bank Officers Confederation. Guest of honor, Sri Srinath Indijudan, State Secretary, All India Bank Officers Confederation. Sri Sujit Raju, General Secretary, Federal Bank Employees Union. Sri Paul Mundadan, General Secretary, Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum and former General Secretary of Federal Bank Officers Association. Sri Praveen Kumar, General Convener, Organizing Committee, IBOC National and State leaders and committee members, leaders of fraternal organizations, distinguished guests, representatives of media, FBOA Education Award winners and their parents, colleagues, office bearers, executive committee members, retired officers, FBOA members from far and wide, people from different parts of the locality, and my dear friends. A warm good morning to all. I am extremely happy to extend a hearty welcome to one and all to this inaugural function of the 36th National Conference of Federal Bank Officers Association being held at Kozhikode, the city of literature. It is a proud moment for all Federalists that Federal Bank, the leading private sector bank in the country, has achieved a milestone of rupees 5 lakh crores in business by March 2025 and is a marching ahead to attain greater heights of growth and glory. Late K.P. Hormis, the great visionary founder and legendary leader of the bank, is not with us today, but the lamp he lit at Alua 80 years ago is glowing all over the country. On this occasion, we bow our heads in respectful memory of our great founder. The Federal Bank Officers Association, an apolitical organization and the sole trade union of officers in Federal Bank, is a trendsetter in the bank officers trade union movement with a glorious 58 years of service for its members as well as to society at large. Having started in 1966 with a small forum of handful of officers under the leadership of Sri N.P. Mathai, it has now grown to the stature of one of the exemplary trade unions with 5,800 plus members. The lead role of FBOA is well acknowledged by all the organizational forums of IBOC at the national and state levels. The 36th National Conference assumes greater significance as it is being held at a time when the Government of India is moving ahead with the banking reforms, including the privatization of public sector banks and mergers. In this backdrop, the unified efforts of our apex organization IBOC, along with those of the United Forum of Bank Unions, are to be further strengthened and consolidated to protect Indian banking and its social banking philosophy, which is the only ray of hope for us. With this brief prelude, I would like to turn to my assigned role of welcoming all. Today we are indeed privileged to have the eminent and glorious presence of Sri M.K. Raghavan is expected to arrive. Member of Parliament as the chief guest of the function to inaugurate our conference. With more than 4 decades of committed public services, he has earned a place for himself in the spectrum of state politics. He is a politician with a distinct approach and an able dynamic administrator delivering the effective governance. He was the founder, manager and president of the Cooperative Arts and Science College, Madai, Kannur, popularly known as Madai College. It is the first of its kind in the cooperative sector in the country. He occupied various roles, including that of a director at the Pioneer Cooperative Town Bank Limited in Kannur, director Regional Agro-Industrial Cooperative Limited, which is a pioneer in the field of agro-industrial cooperatives in the state, director Khadi Workers Welfare Fund Board, which is a state government undertaking, chairman the Taliparamba Cooperative Urban Bank Limited, vice president Kerala State Cooperative Bank Limited, which is the apex cooperative bank in the state, this director the Kannur District Cooperative Bank Limited. In his absence, we are extremely happy and thankful to Sri M.P. Raghavan for taking his time to come here and inaugurate our 36th National Conference. On behalf of the Federal Bank Officers Association and the August gathering present here, I extend our heartiest, cordial and warm welcome to M.K. Raghavan, Member of the Parliament. Dr. Beena Philip, Mayor Kozhikode, she will join us soon. Kozhikode Municipal Corporation has also consented to present FBOA Educational Awards in this function. Before venturing into politics, Dr. Beena Philip had a significant impact on the education sector. She decorated the principal's chair at Nadakkav Government Girls Vocational Higher Secondary School and Vavattam Government Higher Secondary School. During her tenure at these schools, Dr. Beena Philip worked tirelessly to enhance the quality of education, ensuring that students had the necessary resources to succeed. On behalf of FBOA and all those who are present here, I extend a very hearty welcome to Dr. Beena Philip to this inaugural program on the occasion of the 36th National Conference of FBOA. We are blessed to have the inspiring presence of a trade union luminary, Comrade Sekaran R., the National President of All India Bank Officers Confederation, IBOC, the apex organization of bank officers in India. He will deliver the keynote address. He is one of the champions of the bank officers movement in the country and a very good friend of our association. Sir, on behalf of the Federal Bank Officers Association and on all of us present here, I extend our hearty welcome to you in the inaugural function of our conference. We are fortunate to have the eminent presence of our State Secretary of IBOC Kerala, Sri Srinath Induchudan, to grace this occasion. On behalf of the Federal Bank Officers Association and all those gathered here, I extend a wholehearted welcome to Srinath Induchudan to this function. Today we are thankful for the supportive presence of Sri Sujit Raju, General Secretary of Federal Bank Employees Union. I extend a very friendly welcome to Sri Sujit Raju to this inaugural function. I wholeheartedly welcome Sri Paul Mundadan, General Secretary of Federal Bank Retired Officer Forum and former General Secretary of FBOA to the function. I extend a cordial welcome to Sri Vivek Shankar, the Vice President of FBOA and who is presiding this function. I extend a warm welcome to Sri Ahmed Kabir, a dedicated social worker and a promoter of environmental protection. He is present here. No. Yes. Heartily welcome to you, sir. I also welcome Sri Praveen AP, the General Convener of the 36th National Conference of FBOA. This magnificent conference is blessed with the vibrant presence of several dignitaries from different walks of life. A good number of distinguished guests, invitees, senior executives of Federal Bank, present and former leaders of FBOA, leaders of fraternal organizations, friends from the print and visual media, retired colleagues, ABOC comrades from various banks, winners of FBOA educational awards and their family members, people from nearby areas, all are gathered here to witness this impressive inaugural function. I extend our sincere admiration for their presence and welcome all of them on behalf of the Federal Bank Officers Association, the organized committee of the 36th National Conference, and on my personal behalf. Hundreds of delegates have arrived from the length and breadth of the country to participate in the 36th National Conference of FBOA, where they will deliberate the issues confronting bank officers in general and those particular to a bank. On behalf of the Federal Bank Officers Association and the organizing committee of the conference, I take this opportunity to welcome all our members and leaders to this historic national conference. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sri Shimit PR. May I now request our very young and dynamic leader, Sri Vivek Shankar, Vice President of Federal Bank Officers Association, to deliver the presidential remarks.
Dear comrades, Sri M.K. Raghavan, Member of Parliament, Kozhikode, Sri Shekaran, Comrades Shekaran, National President ABOC, Sri Srinath Induchudan, State Secretary ABOC, Sri Sujit Raju, General Secretary FBEU, Sri Paul Mundadan, General Secretary FBOA, Sri Shimit PR, General Secretary FBOA, Sri Praveen Kumar, other Executive Committee members, and my beloved members of FBOA. A very warm greetings to each one of you. Calicut is a special city. My heart filled with gratitude and pride to stand in front of you, a city which is history, is known for warmth, heritage, traditional hospitality, and culinary richness. Today we all gathered here for our 36th biennial conference We are not just celebrating a event, but this is for expressing our legacy of unity, courage, and steady commitment. Comrades, the world of working is undergoing tremendous and painful transformation. We all know that. In all industries, we are witnessing unhealthy labor practices, corporate greed, and profit-first policies that often trample the human dignity and employees' wellness. On the other hand, corporates are creating a glossy image through massive publicity stunts, and they are pretending themselves as the champions of employees' well-being and inclusivity. But the harsh truth behind the curtain is exploitation, stress, and despair. Our banking sector is not different. We all know that. We are witnessing rising numbers of suicide among young officers, widespread depression. Many officers are suffering from mental health issues, depression, anxiety, and many are actually, this is not a story, but this is not an isolated things, but many of our officers are depending on antidepressants to survive. That is the reality we are facing, and many of the officers are facing lifestyle diseases in these things. This is not an isolated incident. This is reflecting a deep structural crisis. We all have to ask to ourselves what culture we are making in this atmosphere. When dignity compromised, when mental health collapse, when lifestyle become unbearable, we have to ask that. We have to ask to ourselves, comrades, the answer is only our collective strength. The only solution is a strong, principled, and proactive trade union. One that will not bow in front of pressure, one will stand against injustice, one that see every members not as machine but as human, with a dignity, dreams, and rights. That force, that shield is FBOA. That spirit, that movement is ABOC. We have walked through storms, faced challenges, emerged stronger, and always placing our members first. Our record speaks louder than words. Industry settlement. We all know that we have got we have signed the bipartite settlement, achieved through reluctance, negotiation, and collective bargain. Internal settlement, ensuring fairness. നമ്മുടെ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട MP വരികയാണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് FBOയുടെ പേരിൽ സദസ്സിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
It's a privilege to have Sri M.K. Raghavan, Honorable Member of Parliament of Kozhikode, today with us. We warmly welcome him for the 36th Annual Conference of Federal Bank Officers Association.
Thank you. Our record speaks louder than words. During the last years, what all the achievements we have reached. Industry settlement, we have signed the bipartite settlement. Many private sector banks are still suffering to reach out the bipartite settlement, but we have achieved through reluctance, negotiation, and collective effort. Internal settlement, ensuring fairness and recognition within our own. We all know that we are enjoying internal settlement with and loans and all apart to State Bank of India. Legal victories. We all know that we have already communicated through the circulars and all. We have won many cases that were going against management, that we have won. We have entertained many senior advocates in High Court of Kerala, Honorable High Court of Kerala, and we have won there. These achievements are not milestone, but the manifestations of sincerity, vision, and strength of FBOA. But comrades, we cannot rest in our past glory. We are in movement that look ahead, always alert and responsive. We are closely monitoring every development in our bank and across the industry to ensure that no injustice goes unanswered. We know that challenges are many. Increasing workload and pressure, work-life imbalance, mental and physical stress, threats to the job security and dignity. But as long as FBOA stand united, as long as we hold our banner high, no force can weaken our resolve. I am repeating, as long as FBOA stand united, as long as we hold our banner high, no force can touch our dignity, no force can touch our integrity. That I am ensuring. Comrades, this 36th biennial conference is a call to renewal, to strengthen our unity, to sharpen our vision, and to march forward with the unyielding spirit and define us. Let us stand together under the protective umbrella of FBOA and ABOC for our rights, our dignity, and our future. Together we shall build a workplace where every officer works with peace of mind, professional pride, and human dignity. Let this gathering echo our collective voice. FBOA Zindabad, ABOC Zindabad, FBOA Zindabad. Thank you, comrade. One more thing I just want to convey. Our President Sachin Jacob is unable to attend this gathering. He undergone for a surgery, and I am conveying his revolutionary greetings to the gathering of this massive Kozhikode crowd. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Sri Vivek Shankar. We shall now proceed with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I invite all the dignitaries on stage to kindly join in marking this auspicious movement.
It is our privilege to have Shri M.K. Raghavan, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kozhikode, to inaugurate today's proceedings. Shri Raghavan has been serving the people of Kozhikode as their MP since 2009. Known for his close engagement with the community, has been instrumental in bringing major development projects. And his wife, Mrs. Usha, is a former Federal Bank employee too. We welcome Shri M.K. Raghavan to inaugurate today's proceedings.
Respected guests on the dais of the dais, and sisters and brothers, comrades. So I am extremely happy to be here on this platform today among a group of dedicated professionals who are the backbone of our banking system, the very people who ensure that the wheels of our economy run smoothly every single day. As we gather here for this 36th National Conference of Federal Bank Officers Association, FBOA, it is only fitting to briefly reflect on the legacy and role of this esteemed organization. The FBOA has been the steadfast voice of the Federal Bank officers, tirelessly working to safeguard trade union rights and improve service conditions while also contributing to the steady and sustained growth of the bank. Before me, I see a collective force that champions fairness, fosters professional excellence, and maintains an unwavering commitment to the Federal Bank family. As you all know, the banking sector today stands at a critical juncture. We are witnessing unprecedented changes driven by technology, evolving customer expectations, regularly transformations, and global economic shifts. Amidst all this, the role of bank officers has never been more crucial. You are not just facilitators of financial transactions, you are the torch bearers of trust, stability, and innovation in the financial ecosystem of our country. So, being the father of a person who is also a banking officer in a public sector bank and husband of an ex-employee of Federal Bank itself, I have personally witnessed the stress and workload involved, and I can well imagine that the challenges are no less in the private sector. So I think you know better than me the stress. I don't like to elaborate that. The pressures of heavy workloads, the constant need for upskilling, and growing demand for a digital proficiency are further compounded by concerns over fair compensation, promotion policies, and job stability. You cannot ignore the mental and emotional toll these pressures place on your workforce. It is the duty of employees organizations of each financial institution to ensure that every worker receives a fair treatment, recognition, and opportunities to grow. The right to a safe, supportive, and dignified workplace is non-negotiable. Promoting mental health, ensuring work-life balance, and maintaining workplace safety in a high-pressure environment are pressing challenges for banking officers in India today. Strengthening the collective voice to influence policies within the banking sector is essential not only for the benefit of members but also for the betterment of the industry as a whole. The demand for regulated working hours and a 5-day work week has been a long-standing and legitimate aspiration of banking officers. I firmly stand in support of this just and much needed reform. which will ensure a healthier work-life balance and greater efficiency in our banking sector. So, I would like to say one thing before you. The officers are now facing so many challenges. As a member of parliament, I will take up this issue in next parliament session, definitely. So what can I do for you? I will be with you, I assure, in this session. So your strength lies in unity, knowledge and resilience. This conference is an opportunity to deliberate, share experiences, and build a roadmap that empowers members to thrive in a rapidly evolving banking landscape. Let this conference also serve as a reminder that every policy, every innovation and every decision must uphold the dignity and rights of the employees who serve at the heart of our banking institutions. So I extend my warm greetings to all dignitaries in the dais, delegates, office bearers and participants. See, one thing I think you know better than me, because nowadays the hike of the price rise. See, common man cannot afford that price hike. See, you know that the situation is worsening in our country day by day. Not only that, I think government of India, what they are doing here, they are also, I think, taken a decision to privatize all banks. What is the interest of that decision? Earlier, you know, I think years back, government of India, when Srimati Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India, she took a bold decision to nationalize the banks only for the social justice, only for the social purpose. Nowadays, government is doing not for poor, not for the downtrodden people, not for the common people, but unfortunately, government standing with the corporates, government standing with the, I think, monopolist. So this time I would like to say a few points in Malayalam. See, ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് നേരത്തെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പോലെ ഈ കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ഏകീകരണം നടക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടമാണ്, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. അതിൻ്റെ ലക്ഷ്യം എന്താണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. ലാഭമുണ്ടാക്കുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ്. ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ബാങ്കിങ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സമ്പന്നന്മാർക്ക് മാത്രമുള്ളതായിരുന്നു. ഇന്ദിരാഗാന്ധി കൊണ്ടുവന്ന പരിഷ്കരണം മൂലം, ദേശവൽക്കരണം മൂലം ഓരോ മുക്കിലും മൂലയിലും ബ്രാഞ്ചുകൾ എത്തുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പാവപ്പെട്ടവർക്ക് ആവശ്യമായ കാർഷിക രംഗം ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് സഹായം ലഭിക്കുന്നു, എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. എന്നാൽ ഇന്ന് ബാങ്കുകളുടെ ബ്രാഞ്ചുകൾ ചുരുങ്ങി വരുന്നു, ജോലി സ്ഥിരത ഇല്ലാതാകുന്നു, പെർമനൻ്റ് അപ്പോയിൻമെൻ്റ് പോലും ഇല്ലാതാകുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഒരു കാര്യം സാന്ദർഭികമായി ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കുന്നു. മൺമറഞ്ഞുപോയ ധനകാര്യമന്ത്രി അരുൺ ജെയ്റ്റ്ലിയുടെ ആദ്യത്തെ ബജറ്റ് സ്പീച്ച് നിങ്ങളതൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് വായിക്കണം എന്ന് പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞത്, ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഒരിക്കലും ഒരു ബിസിനസ് റൺ ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി ഓഫ് ദ ഗവൺമെൻറ്. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഷുഡ് നോട്ട് റൺ ദി ബിസിനസ്. അദ്ദേഹം പറയുന്നത് ഗവൺമെൻറ് മോണിറ്റർ ചെയ്യുക മാത്രമല്ലാതെ, ഓൺലി മോണിറ്ററിങ്, നോട്ട് റണ്ണിങ് ദി ബിസിനസ്. എല്ലാ സ്വകാര്യ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾക്കും കടന്നു വരാൻ അവസരമുണ്ടാക്കുന്ന നയമാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ ബഡ്ജറ്റ് സ്പീച്ചിൽ അരുൺ ജെയ്റ്റ്ലി പറഞ്ഞത് എന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ സൂചിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പം ഗവൺമെൻറ് നയം മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് സാമൂഹ്യമായ പുരോഗതിയല്ല, പാവപ്പെട്ടവരുടെ ഉന്നതിയല്ല, മറിച്ച് ഒരുപടി സമ്പന്നന്മാർക്ക് വേണ്ടി മാത്രമുള്ളതായി ബാങ്കിങ് സെക്ടർ മാറ്റുന്നു. അതാണ് സത്യം. ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം, കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു 10-15 വർഷം കൊണ്ട് ഇന്ത്യയിലെ എത്ര കോർപ്പറേറ്റുകളുടെ കടം എഴുത്തെളി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. ഞാൻ പറയേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. മറിച്ച് ഒരു പാവപ്പെട്ടവൻ വീടെടുക്കാൻ ലോൺ എടുത്താൽ അവൻ 2 അടവ് തെറ്റിപ്പോയാൽ പിറ്റേ ദിവസം നിങ്ങൾ അവൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ പോകുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. അവൻ്റെ കിണ്ണം മുതൽ എല്ലാം അവനെക്കൊണ്ട് അവന് വേദനിപ്പിക്കുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള നടപടികൾ ബാങ്ക് സ്വീകരിക്കാറുണ്ട്, പ്രത്യേക സർഫാസി ആക്ട് അനുസരിച്ച്. എന്നാൽ സമ്പന്നന്മാരെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് എത്ര എടുത്ത് നാടുവിട്ട് പോയാലും ഒരു വിഷയമില്ല, അവരെ പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇവിടെ ആളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ ആലോചിക്കണം. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കോർപ്പറേറ്റുകളെ സഹായിക്കുന്ന, കോർപ്പറേറ്റുകളെ പിന്തുണക്കുന്ന ഒരു നയസമീപനം ഉണ്ടായിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് കുറേ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്തുണ്ടാകുമെന്ന് ആർക്കും പറയാൻ സാധ്യമല്ല. പാവപ്പെട്ടവരും സാധാരണക്കാരും അവർക്ക് നാളെ ഒരു ലോൺ വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കിട്ടാത്ത അവസ്ഥയുണ്ടാകും. അതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്കിൻ്റെ ഈ ഓഫീസ് സംഘടിപ്പിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന ഈ ഒരു കോൺഫറൻസ് ഇത്തരം മൗലികമായ വിഷയങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യണം എന്നാണ് വിനയപൂർവ്വം എനിക്ക് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കാനുള്ളത്. ബാങ്കിങ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി എങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുന്നു, അത് നാളെ എന്താകണം, രാജ്യത്തെ ജനങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ട് എങ്ങനെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ നിർബന്ധമായും ഒരു ഡിബേറ്റിന് ഈ വേദി ഒരുക്കണം. എന്നു മാത്രമല്ല, ഞങ്ങളെപ്പോലുള്ള ജനപ്രതിനിധികൾക്ക് ഇത് സഭയിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കാൻ നാളെ എങ്ങോട്ട് പോകണം ഈ ബാങ്ക് എന്നുള്ളതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങളുടെ നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ നൽകാൻ കൂടി നിങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വരണം എന്ന് മാത്രമാണ് എനിക്ക് നിങ്ങളോട് ഇവിടെ അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കാനുള്ളത്. തീർച്ചയായും ബാങ്കിങ് രംഗം നേരിടുന്ന പ്രതിസന്ധികളും പ്രയാസങ്ങളും കൂടിക്കൂടി വരുന്നു എന്നെല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ ഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഈ ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്കിൻ്റെ ഈ ഓഫീസിൽ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന ഈ ഒരു സമ്മേളനം, 36ാമത് സമ്മേളനം, ഈ സമ്മേളനം നിങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാം അനുമതിയോടുകൂടി ഔപചാരികമായി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ എനിക്ക് ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടി ഇവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ളത്, ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ അവിടെ സാന്ദ്രകമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പറയുകയുമുണ്ടായി. ഈ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഈ മെർജിങ് സമ്പ്രദായം ബാങ്കുകളുടെ അത് ഇനിയും നടക്കുമോ എന്ന് ആശങ്കപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരാളാണ് ഞാൻ. ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ ലോകസഭാ സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട ധനകാര്യമന്ത്രിയെ സൂചിപ്പിക്കുകയുമുണ്ടായി, ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ബാങ്കുകളുടെ എണ്ണം കുറക്കാൻ ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം മെർജിങ് ഉണ്ടാകും എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഇതുണ്ടാക്കുന്ന ദോഷവശങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യണം. ഇത് തീർച്ചയായും കേരളത്തിലെ എംപിമാരുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഇതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങൾ നൽകണം എന്നുകൂടി ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി സൂചിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഈ സമ്മേളനം ഔപചാരികമായി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം ആശംസകൾ നേരുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം, ജയിക്കുന്നത്.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our love and respect, we request Sri Shrimad PR, General Secretary of Federal Bank Officers Association, to present a memento to Kozhikode beloved Raghavetan.
Nothing is wrong with you. The situation. And move on.
Thank you, sir, and Sri Shrimad.
We are honored to have with us Sri Shekaran R, who is a certified associate of the Indian Institute of Bankers. In 2006, he was elected Assistant Secretary of IBOA Eastern Zone. He later became Secretary in 2009, Deputy General Secretary in 2013, and General Secretary in 2014 of IBOA Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. In February 2020, he became Secretary General of AIIBOA. He was elected State Secretary of AIBOC Tamil Nadu in 2016 and later became Vice President in 2021. His dedication and leadership led to his elevation as Working President of AIBOC, the apex officers trade union in the banking sector. We warmly invite Sri Shekaran R to deliver the keynote address.
The President of the meeting, Comrade Vivek Shankar, Sri M.K. Raghavan in absentia, Comrade Shimit, General Secretary, Comrade Srinath Indichudan, the State Secretary of IBOC,
Comrade Sujit Raju, the General Secretary of Federal Bank Employees Union. Comrade Paul Mundanan, the General Secretary of Federal Bank Retired Officers Federation. Sri Praveen Kumar, the General Convener. The fraternal leaders and my dear comrades. Comrade, it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this 36th biennial conference and to be amongst all of you. The Federal Bank is one of the most trusted bank in the country. Over the 95 years of its existence, it has overcome numerous obstacles and numerous issues. Before liberalization of the Indian economy in 1991, the government treatment of the private sector banks were biased and discriminatory. The private sector bank cannot expand its network as public sector bank because RBI has not granted the license as granted to the public sector banks. For loan waivers, the private sector banks were excluded. Hence, small borrowers flatly refused to pay. Certain government departments like customs, they have not accepted the guarantees from the private sector bank. They insisted guarantees from the public sector bank. This forced the private sector bank to obtain the guarantees from the public sector bank on behalf of its customer. It affected their bottom line. Oil companies, they never accepted the demand draft issued by the private sector bank. Hence, the petrol bank owners and the gas companies, they could not transact with the private sector bank. They have to open account with the public sector bank. And this has resulted in the loss of business. The capital gain accounts cannot be opened in the private sector bank. It should be opened only in the public sector banks. The mega issue funds cannot be kept in the private sector bank. Certain state government and local bodies, they cannot keep the deposit in the private sector bank because of this biased and discriminatory approach. Many private sector banks have vanished. Despite this constraint, the Federal Bank survived, registered growth, and it has become one of the best private sector bank, old generation private sector bank in the country. Comrade, this private sector banks has been established by the selfless person, eminent person, with the objective of serving the society. The staff of private sector bank are very loyal to the customers, particularly old generation private sector bank. The customers are retained because of the customer service, exemplary customer service obtained by the Federal Bank and other old generation private sector banks. Bank is taking care of the small customers. When small customers enters this bank, they feel they are at the home. Because of this, their patronage, the bank has been surviving. Kudos to Federal Bank, comrade. The Federal Bank Officers Association has been conducting the conference at the very right time after they won many legal battles. These are not merely legal confrontation. They fought to establish the trade union rights of the officers. The previous management has imposed unreasonable restriction. They prevented Federal Bank Officers Association from conducting the demonstration within the vicinity of the 200 kilometers. They went to the extent of obtaining stay orders to curtail the trade union right of conducting the strike. The Federal Bank Officers Association did not bow down. They fought these injustices not with aggression, but with conviction, not with hostility, but with the collective will. Ultimately, the determination spirit of the Federal Bank Officers Association overcome all the obstacles. Now the management decided to negotiate, dialogue with the association not to pursue the dispute or discord. The management reached agreement with the association and benefits and allowances. It is not victory on the material gains. It is the victory of establishing the moral strength of the organization. This is a great lesson for the entire trade union, comrade. The rights are not granted through generosity. It is earned through unity, struggle and solidarity. The Federal Bank has shown the way. The All India Bank Officers Confederation will be with you. It will stand shoulder to shoulder for all your initiatives with regard to the improvement of the working condition, with regard to the service condition, with regard to the officers, establishing the officers' right. IBOC will stand with you, comrade. Comrade, on 6th of October, we all observed the 41st anniversary of the IBOC. During its 41 years of its existence, it has achieved several milestones. It has achieved the pension option. It has restored the compassionate appointment. It has thwarted the attempt of FRDI bill and even many attempts of privatization of the public sector bank it has thwarted. Its journey to the wage revision witnessed several relentless agitations except the 9th joint note. Every joint note IBOC was to improve the service condition and working condition of the officers. If you look into the journey, the CIB increments, we clinched in the 2nd joint note. The CIB increment, 2 increment, it was not in the 1st joint note. We clinched pension option. First time in the 3rd joint note we clinched. In the 5th joint note, the DA anomaly has been removed. Before that, for lower basic pay, higher DA, higher basic pay, lower DA, that kind of anomaly was there. That anomaly has been removed. And 6th joint note, once again pension option has been clinched because many officers have not opted in the first option. The 7th joint note, it was a historical joint note. The 2nd Saturday and 4th Saturday has been clinched. 8th joint note, we clinched the PLI and PL encashment. We have clinched. The 9th joint note, one more increment for the CIP we clinched. And for retirees, from 240 days to 258 days we have clinched. And CL can be taken on 4 occasions has been clinched. Now you may ask, what happened to the 5-day banking? Yes, comrade. This 5-day banking should have been clinched in the 8th joint note. But due to COVID infection, after the elapse of 36 months, UOB have been compelled to sign the wage revision. IBA has assured that we can keep the 5-day banking as a residual issue. But in the 9th joint note, before the discussion took place, IBOC has ensured an agreement has been reached between the IBA and the UOB constituents. The daily working hours can be increased by 40 minutes and IBA will recommend the 5-day banking to the government. Yes, it has been recommended. Then we commence the negotiation. We commence the negotiation. After finalization of the financial and non-financial benefits, IBOC has insisted that a 5-day banking class should be found in the joint note. Initially, IBA refused, but we said, if it is not inserted in the 9th joint note, that class, IBOC will not be participating in the signing ceremony. Then with the consent of the DFS, it has been inserted. Then the new government has formed. Even after the 6 months, there was no signal from the government. Then in last November, IBOC working committee convened. We decided to launch the agitation and we have taken up with the UOB. UOB also was forefront to clinch this demand. Ultimately, a strike program has been announced on March 24th and 25th. Demonstration has been conducted and several action program has been conducted. Ultimately, the Chief Labour Commissioner, who is responsible for the harmonious industrial relation between the employer and the employee, he intervened. He called the DFS officials, he called IBA and UOP constituents. The Joint Secretary of DFS has submitted the government actively considering the 5-day banking. Hence, CLC requested to defer the action program. Since the failure report has not been given, UOBU has deferred the action program. Subsequently, 2 more rounds of discussion also took place. But UFU has categorically conveyed, association cannot wait indefinitely. It has been conveyed. In the last meeting, CLC advised the DFS, you submit a detailed program from last March to up to now, what is the initiation taken by the DFS on the 5-day banking. The next round of discussion is expected to take place in the October end or November first week. Let us see what is the submission from the DFS. Otherwise, UFU will plunge into the action program, comrade. This is the status of 5-day banking. Whatever may be the result, but association is determined to launch the agitation because our officers cannot wait indefinitely. No benefit has been, generously it has been given. Every benefit has the history of struggle, even the second Saturday and fourth Saturday holiday also. And association is confident that we will be clinching the 5-day banking comrade. Comrade, after the Bandhan meeting, lot of speculation is going on in the market. We have the enough strength, enough unity to thwart any attempt of the government. Let us not go by any rumors. If they come with any concrete reforms which is detrimental to the interest of the institution, which is detrimental to the interest of the workforce, which is detrimental to the interest of the general public, association will thwart all the attempt. We have that much strength we have, comrade. Particularly Officers Association navigating through a challenging period. The government utilizing every opportunity to weaken the trade union movement and the officers movement and the United Forum of Bank Unions, comrade. When government is utilizing every opportunity to weaken our association, as we should also use every opportunity to strengthen the association. We should improve the connectivity with the members. We should develop a strong cadres, use every forum to address the members' issues so that members gain the confidence on the association and improve the quality of leadership. These are all the ways we should strengthen the association. The association role is a very larger role. It ensures fair compensation. It protects job right. It ensures adequate recruitment. It ensures the solidarity. It ensures management following the fair practices. The work-life balance it will ensure. Fair opportunity will ensure. Hence, comrade, I request all of you to connect with the association, strengthen the association, and by strengthening the association, we can reach a greater height. With these remarks, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. I wish this conference a great success, comrade. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sri Shekhar. We shall now move on to the felicitation ceremony. We invite Sri Sujit Raju, General Secretary of Federal Bank Employees Union, to deliver the felicitation address.
Dear Comrade Vivek Shankar and Comrade Shimit PR, Comrade Srinath Induchudan, Comrade Shekhar R, Comrade Paul Mundadan, and senior leaders of FBOA, and my dear friends and colleagues. Actually, I should say sorry to Srinath Induchudan. I actually bypassed him. He's supposed to speak now, but I have another conference, another meeting there in Kannur. That is why I requested him to give a chance to speak before him. He's a state secretary of AIBOC. He should speak. So thank you, comrade. First of all, I am very happy to be part of your conference, and on behalf of Federal Bank Employees Union, firstly, we wish all the success for your conference. Comrades, we are very proud while thinking about association in Federal Bank. We know in banking industry, 9 unions are there, UFB is there, State Federation, everything is there. Bank-based unions are there, iBooks units in the other banks, that's also active. But particularly in Federal Bank, our unit, Federal Bank Officer Association, they have proved their mettle, how they can survive the atrocities of the management, how they can lead confidently their members to a successful journey. Last few years, we know in our bank, maybe some of you may be joined recently, but if you are taking last 10 or 14 years in our bank, there was so many chaos. The industrial relation was in a stake. That was the worst in the ever. That is just nothing. The simple reason is that HR department has got the full approval to deal the union and associations their own way. Whatever be the power or any legal method, they don't want a union or association in the union, in the bank. Likewise, they unleashed attack against, of course, against the union and also against association. We were fought. And we are very happy that the management, they tried to contain the association through the legal remedy. Also to union also. But your comrades, your leaders, taken that legal battles very seriously, and you won that battle, and you proved that no management, if they are trying to contain the union or association through any legal remedy or whatever way, we will survive. And you signed the bipartite settlement. Through the bipartite here in our bank, you signed the settlement. I am appreciating you. You are restored the bilateralism in Federal Bank. That is a good gesture. Now we also we are talking with the management. Federal Bank Employees Union also in discussion with the management. Now last years I mentioned, there was a huge agitation, huge protest, legal battle, everything was there. Now its period is a honeymoon period. New MD came, the situation somewhat, discussions are going, association settlement came, discussion with the union is going on. Let's see what is going to happen. We need our bank to grow. We all are working for our bank. We will always work with our bank. We will give all support to the changes, good changes. But we are seeing very seriously that how these changes are going to affect our bank, or whether it is going to affect our service condition, anything. That we have to see very seriously. Because our new MD is very good man, gentleman. He is cooperating with us. He called the union and association for a discussion. We had a discussion. Previously, such a discussion was not there. Previous MD, he was very reluctant to speak with the union and association. Now, present MD, he is a different character. He called union and association. We had a discussion, and he put some strategy before us. Okay, let it be. If any changes are coming, if it is good for the bank, we will welcome. But one serious thing, if something is coming to tarnish our service condition, if something is coming to on our job security, we will see very seriously. That is a message we already have given. We have to see it. Then this honeymoon period, everything will be over. We know, you know, what is the situation in the banking industry. We are not in an island. Even if we are strong, we are more militant, that is very good. But you have to see what are the attacks coming on public sector banks What are the attacks on private sector banks? You know, Catholic Syrian Bank, CSB Bank. Even 12th, 11 and 12th bipartite settlement are not implemented in that bank. They are agitating. Only 10th bipartite settlement they are getting. Last two settlements were not extended. What was the reason? What is the reason? The management of that CSB bank that has got changed. A foreign investor is the owner of a CSB bank. A Canadian company, Fairfax, is fully owning this CSB bank. And in the private sector bank, so many banks' shares are going to sell to the foreign investors. So the very nature of the banking system, whether it is in public sector or whether it is in private sector, the very nature of the system is going to change. Public sector banks are being going to privatize, and the private banks are their shares are going to sell to the foreign investors. Such a situation is prevailing in our country. Now you have to see what is the situation of our bank. Our changes happened. Our MD is coming from a new generation bank. We are not taking that in a doubtful way. Okay, let it be. He can do our bank. He will give support our bank to grow more. Okay, we are thinking positively only. But the thing is that he is coming from Kotak Mahindra Bank. What is the job pattern? What is the salary earning by the officers there? What is the service condition there in that bank? That is a new generation bank. So naturally, if that system is trying to infuse in our bank, we have to resist it strongly. Then that time we have to be jointly have to move. So you don't think now the situation, you got the settlement, bilateralism is restored, now everything is okay. No, it is not like that. Threats are there. Challenges are there. I am appreciating you officers. Now, in all these, I definitely know you will discuss and deliberate all these changes and things here after your delegate session. But I appreciate you that in all these changes, in all these challenges, you are the persons, those who are most suffering in the banks, in our branches. Your contribution, how long you are working in the branch, and what is the pain you are taking. That. Okay. നമ്മുടെ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മേയർ ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
We have with us Srimati Beena Philip, Honorable Mayor of Kozhikode, with us today. We warmly welcome her to the dais.
So, the thing is that you are having problems, you are facing challenges, you are suffering a lot in the branches. So we need more staff in the branches, more officers, more award staff in the branches. That is definitely is required. You don't think that if somebody from some agency or somewhere bank is giving apprentice or whatever it is, they can do this work. That should not be. You should have a awareness in your mind. You will get cheap labor in the market. You know a real thing. In public sector banks, more than 5 lakhs employees are working as banking mitras and banking correspondents. In private sector banks and including foreign banks, more than 26 lakhs employees are working as banking mitras and banking correspondents as like outsourced employees. The total number is more than 30 lakh employees are doing the same work which we are doing. So they are giving very less salary, cheap salary. Here also, our bank will try to implement. They may think that way, the regular worker who is doing the work in CSB bank, your officer work, what is the salary earning by an officer in CSB bank? What is the salary of an officer working in Dhanlakshmi bank and Kotak Mahindra bank, HDFC bank? Your same profile they are doing now, but they are getting less salary. There is no job protection also. If our bank having any thought in their mind to implement such thing in federal bank, we have to resist it very strongly. We have to protect our service condition. That is should be That should be our ultimate thing. You all are managers. You are suffering a lot. You don't think if somebody is giving by the banks from some agency or somewhere, okay, I am having so many burden, I am having so many work, let the account opening to do these people. If somebody is doing like that, tomorrow your job will be in question. Then bank will naturally think, what is the need of you? They can appoint 4 officers instead of 1 officer's salary. 1 IBA officer salary that can be given to 5 or 6 officers. Now working in private sector banks as like new generation banks. So the serious things are there. Bank is saying bank has to grow up to the fifth bank, private bank in the country. How they will grow? If they are cutting the cost of the employment and they are coming to our fold, tarnishing our right, that will be very threat. Otherwise, let the bank to grow. We will give support. But this is a very serious thing in front of us. Now, at present, they are telling that no, they will not recruit officers or award staff to do the regular work. We resisted very strongly. At present, there is no threat. But this is a very serious thing before us. Anyway, I am not taking your much time. I once again congratulating your leadership, most militant young leaders who are leading you. They are very good comrades. We are having good relationship with them, and we are moving shoulder to shoulder. If any help required from Federal Bank Employees Union, we will be always with the Federal Bank Officer Association. We will be work for the bank together. We will be work for the unity, for the trade union movement in the country. With this, I once again extend all the greetings to your comrades. Red salute. Thank you.
We have Srimati Beena Philip, Honorable Mayor of Kozhikode, with us, a former school principal turned public servant. She is the 4th woman to hold this office and is well known for her efforts in improving school infrastructure and enhancing citizen services. We invite Srimati Beena Philip, Honorable Mayor of Kozhikode, to kindly address the gathering.
In fact, I thought this is an all Kerala get-together of Federal Bank officers. Only after coming here, I knew that it was a national level conference. I do congratulate the organizers of Kozhikode and Kerala especially for organizing such a beautiful conference here, especially in Ashirwad, the loans. This was inaugurated by Sri M.K. Raghavan, the MP, and the presidential address was given by the Vice President of FBOA, Sri Vivek Shankar, and keynote address by Comrade Shekharan, our National President AIBOC, and I think Sri Srinath was sitting next to me, and Sri Sujit Raju, Sri Paul Mundadan, Sri Praveen Kumar KP, and the person who is going to get the award, Sri Muhammad Kabir. And my dear friends, here sitting in the hall and those on the dais, if I haven't addressed anybody else, I'm so happy that you have a federation which works very efficiently. I just didn't get time to go through your souvenir which you had published. I was just going through the pages and then it's in front of me right now. So I was thinking how seriously you people are taking the international affairs that are affecting India, because formerly we used to laugh at people who always compare something that has happened outside India. We say, oh, when it rains in Moscow, we start switching on our umbrellas. That's the way we communist people always were laughed at. But now the thing is different, because each one of us know how the international politics influence our national politics, also our state politics, even in a panchayat. What is the effect of the decisions taken internationally, nationally, and state-wise? So I didn't get time to go through all the pages, so I don't want to enter into it. Anyway, Bank Officers Association in Kerala with all the banks scheduled or national, have a very, what I might say, very organized way of working together under different banners. I remember your, what is that? BEFI. Yes, I have attended a few of their, not conferences, but some of the workshops that they have organized. And I know a few people who were leading that BEFI in Kozhikode. In a way, I'm very happy that those who write the accounts, those who want to improve the financial status of individuals are organizing their unions or their federations in a very with a socially oriented mindset. Everything is for the society. Whether it is bank or a nuclear plant, it's all for the benefit of the society and the welfare of the society. Then who consists society that is what's mattering. Who consists the society? That's more important. Whether it is the toiling lowest strata or the people who decide, who dictate the highest strata. We call a millionaire crorepati or Kodishwaran in Malayalam. And I used to wonder why a person is Kodishwaran. Then I knew, like what we all believe, gods can do whatever they want to do. It's another version for that. In Shakespeare, he says, like flies are to wanton boys, they kill us for their sport. So like if the gods, Ishwaranmar, if they want to do something, it's a sport. When they very negatively or cruelly influence the lowest strata, as I told in the beginning, like wanton boys, flies, what they'll do is they'll take off its wings, its legs, and they enjoy the way the fly struggles. There are some people like that, but not all of them. But now I have read in a novel, this is a rat race. 21st century, though we say that it's a century of cooperation, communication and constructing ideas, there is a kind of a rat race for money and power. Power and money are two sides of the same coin. So Ishwaran, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പവറുള്ള ആള്, പണമുള്ള ആൾക്ക് സമൂഹത്തിൽ പലതരത്തിൽ സ്വാധീനിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. You might have experienced it in your own life. The very purpose or the objective or the vision of Federal Bank by Hormis Tharagan, now there is no space for his vision. In Kerala especially, I don't know the other states of India, because I still believe that in Tamil Nadu, my friend who was sitting next to me was from Tamil Nadu, and in Punjab and in many of the Indian states, agriculture is promoted even now. Otherwise, they would have starved to death. So, congratulations for the other states who encourage agriculture. That was the aim of Mr. Hormis Tharagan when he started the Federal Bank. So now I'm sure in Kerala, Federal Bank people may find it very difficult to continue the vision of their founder, because the money that we lend or borrow will be very less compared to that in the field of industry and in something other fields. I'm not an expert to say that what all fields are there for you to make money, or make in the sense to get it deposited, and it should be, transaction should be there. Otherwise, mere dead deposits will never get any bank for that matter. So I don't know what I have to say. Federal Bank Officers Association will do something for that, because In a world where there is a rat race, those who are Ishwaranmar, gods, are considered to be the richest and the powerful. In that world, in Kerala, the role of Federal Bank, I'm afraid, is going away from its ultimate aim of founding the bank. So others who are here, I am sure the officers are here, your higher level officers might not be here. But there is no time to rethink, there is no question of rethinking at all, because it is a field where money matters. Even your salary depends on your bank's profit. That we cannot speak of philanthropy. Philanthropy is slowly being sidelined in a few parts of the world, but they are very powerful. But in some other part, they do think of philanthropy along with the profit or the cumulative accumulation of infinite accumulation of wealth. So hope Federal Bank, as you are all from the different parts of the country, in Kerala we may not have that much of transaction in our branches, but our branches in Kerala were always doing or always thinking of the common people who are coming to the banks. They may be taking a loan of 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs, but that matters, that influences their life. We are the richest when we consider equality and equity. We are the richest in education. We are the richest in health care. We are the richest in caring the people who need it, the needy, giving care for the needy, the old people, the differently abled people, the transgenders, the women who we are called an umbrella term, the vulnerable. We do care for them in Kerala. It's not because our total budget. It is because our strong will and our policy to help those who are needy. So with these words, I think I am stopping my speech, and it is time for me to give away a beautiful award for Ahmed Kabir. So hope Kabir will come forward. I don't know where he's sitting. Kabir, evideya? Va, va, va.
May I call upon stage Sri Ahmed Kabir, and I request Srimati Beena Philip to kindly present the Best Social Worker Award. Sri Ahmed Kabir from Erannikal, who has been actively engaged in charity and social work since 2010. His commendable efforts for the differently able, autistic individuals and abandoned elderly persons have earned him widespread respect. He currently serves as the All Kerala Vice President of the Nanma Foundation and is a proud recipient of the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for the Best Social Worker. We have a memento and a cash prize to Mr. Ahmed Kabir. I request Sri Sridhat Indujudan to present a memento as a token of our love and appreciation to Srimati Beena Philip, Honorable Mayor of Kozhikode. Those who have not yet completed the registration process are requested to complete the same at the earliest. The registration counters in front of the hall will be closing soon.
Ahmad Kabir sir, may I invite Ahmad Kabir sir to share his thoughts with us.
പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, വേദിയിലിരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലിരിക്കുന്ന ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട എൻ്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, എനിക്കിവിടെ ഇന്ന് കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്ന അവാർഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എൻ്റെ നാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന്, എൻ്റെ പ്രദേശത്ത് നിന്ന് എന്നെ ഒരാൾ ഇതിലേക്ക് സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയും അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിക്കൊണ്ട് ഈ ബാങ്കിങ് കമ്മിറ്റി എൻ്റെ പേര് നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുകയും എനിക്കിവിടെ ഒരു അവാർഡ് തരികയും ചെയ്തു. ഒട്ടനവധി പുരസ്കാരങ്ങൾ എന്നെ തേടിയെത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്തിനെന്ന് ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ വലിയ മഹാത്ഭുതങ്ങൾ കാണിച്ചത് കൊണ്ടൊന്നുമല്ല, അശണരായിട്ടുള്ള, ബുദ്ധിമാന്യമുള്ള, തെരുവിൽ ഒറ്റപ്പെട്ടു പോയ, തീർത്തും നിർദ്ധരായിട്ടുള്ള, ആരുമില്ലാത്ത അഗതികളെ ചേർത്ത് പിടിച്ചതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ 10-16 വർഷക്കാലം ഞാൻ അവരോടൊപ്പം നിന്നതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ എന്നെ ജനം തിരിച്ചറിയുകയായിരുന്നു. ആ തിരിച്ചറിവാണ് ഇന്ന് ഈ വേദിയിൽ എന്നെ എത്തിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിലെനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് നന്ദിയുണ്ട്, ഒരുപാട് സ്നേഹമുണ്ട്. അതിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ ഏറെ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള അവാർഡാണ് എനിക്കിന്ന് കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ബാങ്കിങ് ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഒരു ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്ക് ഈ ഒരു യൂണിറ്റി സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ, ഈ ഒരു ഒത്തുചേരലിൽ എൻ്റെ പേര് നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുകയും ഈ ഒരു അവാർഡ് കോഴിക്കോട്ടുകാരനായ എനിക്ക് കിട്ടുകയും ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഏറെ സന്തോഷവാനാണ്. APJ അബ്ദുൽ കലാം അവാർഡ് വാങ്ങിയപ്പോഴും അതേപോലെ എൻ്റെ കോഴിക്കോട്ട് നിന്ന്, എൻ്റെ പ്രദേശത്ത് നിന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു അവാർഡ് ഈ ബാങ്കിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന്, ബാങ്ക് അസോസിയേഷൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന് അവരുടെ സമ്മേളനത്തോടനുബന്ധിച്ച് ഈ വലിയൊരു ജനാബലിക്ക് മുന്നിൽ നിന്ന് എനിക്ക് ഈ അവാർഡ് തന്നതിൽ ഞാൻ എന്നും കടപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. എൻ്റെ സ്നേഹവും എൻ്റെ ആദരവും ഞാൻ അറിയിക്കുകയാണ്. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, Shri Ahmad Kabir. We have with us today a distinguished leader in India's banking trade union movement. Shri Srinath Induchudan currently serves as Senior Vice President of the All India Bank Officers Confederation, AIBOC, and State Secretary of its Kerala unit, representing over 3.4 lakh officers nationwide. His leadership has been instrumental in key initiatives, including the 9th Joint Note Wage Revision, and he has held several national level roles such as Deputy General Secretary, National Youth Convener, and Working President of AIU-BOF. We warmly invite Sri Srinath Induchudan as our guest of honor and to share his thoughts with the gathering.
Thank you. The most respected guests who are with us on the dais, Sri Vivek Shankar, Vice President of Federal Bank Officers Association, who has occupied the chair as the President of this August gathering because of the absentia of my brother, Comrade Sachin. When Federal Bank Officers Association is holding the 36th National Conference, it is unfortunate that Sachin is not with us because he has undergone a surgery and he has been advised bed rest. I congratulate him and Comrade Shimit PR for the victory in the recent elections, and they have been elected to lead Federal Bank Officers Association for the next 2 years. Sri M.K. Raghavan, Member of Parliament, Kozhikode, Comrade Shekaran R., the National President of All India Bank Officers Confederation, Sujit Raju, General Secretary,
Paul Mundadan sir, General Secretary of Federal Bank Retirees Federation, and my distinguished seniors, fellow comrades, colleagues. I am very happy that I am continuously getting an opportunity and a privilege to come over here, stand before you, share my thoughts. In the 35th National Conference of Federal Bank Officers Association held at Kottayam, I was invited and I got an opportunity to share my thoughts. Rupam Roy, Comrade Rupam Roy, our All India General Secretary, was present on the dais. And now we have Comrade Shekharan. He has come all along from Chennai and I think he has to rush to Bombay for another conference today. So in his tight schedule, he has made himself available here. See, when I am addressing the 36th National Conference, we have been going through a lot of changes. We are being ambushed by the central government with so many changes, circulars, guidelines, directions, and mostly it is affecting the public sector banking space. But as far as I understand and I perceive, Federal Bank is the old generation private sector bank, which cannot be categorized as a private sector bank in its existence or in its policies, but moreover it carries a public sector character. You look into the balance sheet, you look into the loan portfolios, and the way Federal Bank is approaching the business in Kerala and outside Kerala. Today, till day, when I am addressing this conference, I believe that Federal Bank is not a private sector bank, it is a public sector bank in character. But I am given to understand, I don't know how much truth it carries. I heard that Federal Bank is radically going to change the policies. I think you are shifting the, you have a plan to shift the corporate office to Bombay. I don't know how much truth or the factual it is. See, whenever a bank is approaching the business and perceive an idea that Kerala is not a proper place for a headquarters, it should be in Bombay, then we should anticipate major policy changes, loan policy changes. I don't know how the Federal Bank Board and the new chairman and MD is looking to it. Federal Bank Officers Association has an imminent threat to address in the recent future. If the drastic or a paradigm shift is happening in the policy, and the Federal Bank is also thinking in the line of the other private sector banks and the corporates, looking forward for bulk loans rather than lending the small ticket proposals, then it will be a very tough time for the officers and the employees and for the people like me who have always looked towards Federal Bank, South Indian Bank, Dhanalakshmi Bank with a hope. Purposefully, I have removed CSB Bank from that list because CSB Bank has already endured all these things, because since the last 7-8 years, we are looking into the changes, what is being inflicted into the culture, legacy and ethos. The fabric of the CSB Bank altogether has been changed. I took over the charge. I came to All India Bank Officers Confederation as the district secretary of, district vice president of All India Bank Officers Confederation. And I took over the charge as the state secretary of Union Bank Officers Association in 2015 to be precise, 2014 last. The first threat, what I have addressed, the issue what I have addressed in the banking space was the issue in Dhanalakshmi Bank when P.V. Mohanan was ousted, or rather he was thrown out from the window of Dhanalakshmi Bank. On a fine morning, he has been thrown out from the Dhanalakshmi Bank. And All India Bank Officers Confederation has seriously taken it as an issue to be addressed, and we have, as a sudden jerk of emotions and frustrations, we were forced to call for a strike, a lightning strike. In 2015, the first document or the first letter I have signed after taking over the charge of Union Bank Officers Association was a strike notice. Because at that time we were, the All India Bank Officers Confederation unfortunately has not given a strike notice, and still the state also is not constituted as a legal entity having the authority or the locus standi to drive a strike as per the statutes. So individually we were told to issue the strike notice. Some banks that state level has given the strike notice, and I was told to give a strike notice, and I have signed the strike notice. From that day, I look forward to the trade unions in private sector bank as my school of trade union thoughts. I have learned so many things from the long journey I had for the last 12 years dealing and addressing the issues of private sector bank. Now when you are listening to me in the 36th National Conference, you should understand the genesis of all these problems, the premises of the issue, and from where all these things are originating. Catholic Syrian Bank was also a very peaceful workplace for the officers, for the employees to work. And it was also considered as an old generation private sector bank which was open for the common public. But we failed to resist many things in Catholic Syrian Bank. And we have not seriously looked into the threats properly, analyzed it, and we have not faced that injustice at the opportune time. If we delay it, then it will create a situation where we will be drifted away from the strength what we have to oppose these changes. I will explain to you what has happened in CSB. You might be knowing all these things, but as a preface or premises to my speech, I must explain this thing. The first thing what Catholic Syrian Bank did was to recruit non-ABA officers into the roles. Once you have a set of officers or workforce who are not united, who don't have a trade union, who cannot be a member of a trade union, who are prevented or prohibited by their service conditions from joining a trade union movement, they have done the first step in destroying the trade union in Catholic Syrian Bank. After 6 years of recruiting the non-IBA officers, I was addressing a dharna in the main branch of Catholic Syrian Bank in Trivandrum. We had called a nationwide strike, and the nationwide strike of any organization, any majority organization, holding almost 96-97% of the officers' membership, is supposed to strike the core of the banking of that particular institution, and it should keep the entire bank branches closed. But unfortunately, the CSB branches were functioning, were opened, and it was functioning as good as on the day when no strike or no agitations or organizational actions are happening. A criminal case was slapped on me since I was the person who was inaugurating that function. So the police has charged a criminal case for stopping the customers from accessing the branch. We have not done that. And we are fighting the criminal case. Even in Calicut also I am having a criminal case against me. So, if the bank branch is open and you are soliciting the customers to come in and do the banking on a particular day when we are holding a strike, then that itself is a failure. Your strike is going to be a failure. We have failed to resist that change. Unfortunately, we were not able to perceive what is the consequence of this change. If we don't resist the injustice on the face of the injustice at the appropriate and suitable time, we lose the best. I'll tell you a story. See, you know Asiatic buffaloes, or if you see the elephants, Indian elephants, if a predator is coming and attacking a herd of Asiatic buffaloes or elephants, then the weakest members of the herd will be kept inside a circle, and the strongest animals in the herd will protect the weakest members. But in the present banking scenario, when one of our officer, comrade or colleague is attacked, humiliated, harassed, or their self-respect or dignity is challenged, how many of us are coming forward to face the injustice on its face? You would have gone through a very interesting video where a professor is getting into the class and suddenly, in a spur of a moment, he is identifying a lady sitting over there and blindly he is asking that lady that, madam, you please get out of the class. So everybody was ambushed. It was a very embracing situation. When I am asking somebody among the audience to please get out of this hall. But unfortunately, nobody sitting in the hall or the classroom was bothered why the professor has asked that lady to go out. Nobody was bothered even to ask a question to the professor that, sir, why you have asked this lady? Because he is my colleague. She was my colleague. She was my classmate. And then that lady goes out of the class. And after a few minutes, the professor shoots this question to the classroom. See, I have told somebody to get out. And nobody was bothered even to ask me a question or challenge me on the decision, or at least ask me a clarification on why I have asked that lady to go. So if this is the way we perceive our workplace, then we will be left alone for the management to hunt us down. Please understand that. This is the basic theory or ideology of getting united, coming under the banner of a larger organization. You are associated together under the banner of Federal Bank Officers Association. Several other organizations are affiliated to All India Bank Officers Confederation, which is the mighty organization with 3.25 lakh members. In 2021, December, we had gone for an all India strike opposing the privatization of public sector banks. Federal Bank Officers Association, being the affiliate of All India Bank Officers Confederation, had participated in that strike. Subsequently, the Federal Bank Officers Association has given a charter of demands, internal charter of demands to settle the issues. The management has ignored the charter of demands, and they were not ready to even convene a meeting. Then subsequently, Federal Bank Officers Association leadership was called and they were advised that Federal Bank is a private organization. See, when you are going for an all India strike, you are participating in an all India strike, ideologically against the privatization. What is your stake in that particular strike? For what you are going? Hey, this is a very general question. The management is asking the Federal Bank Officers Association, why you are going for strike? You are already in private sector. And there are people who can strike, who can protest, who can oppose this move. Let them go. Federal Bank Officers Association was advised by the management not to participate in any industry level strike that is called by AIBOC or UFBU. And it was actually an offer. There was a subtle hint. Some nuances were there. What was that subtle hint? If you are not participating in the All India strike called by AIBOC, if you are not disturbing my trade, then I'll entertain you for a negotiation. I am very proud to represent the state as the State Secretary of All India Bank Officers Confederation and stand before this August gathering and to proudly say that Federal Bank Officers Association leadership has straight away rejected that proposal on the face of the management. They told that no problems. See, we don't have an issue. You don't call us for negotiations. We may not be in a position to sign the settlement the next month. We may not be in a position to materialize a settlement within another few months or years also. But we are not able to sacrifice the culture, legacy of Federal Bank Officers Association and the formidability of All India Bank Officers Confederation, where we are also a party. We may not be having a stake in the ideology of a strike, but we have more than the stake what you think in All India Bank Officers Confederation. That was the trust and the confidence Federal Bank Officers Association has exhibited at crucial point when they were asked to detach themselves from AIBOC. Subsequently, I have addressed a huge dharna in Alua also. And then Federal Bank Officers Association has issued a strike notice. The management has gone to the court, to the Labour Commissioner, misinterpreting and distorting certain clauses in the Industrial Disputes Act. That was actually a challenge to the entire banking industry. We have gone to IB also. I remember the All India General Secretary, I was also present in that meeting. We went to IBA, we have discussed with the IBA how the Federal Bank is distorting Industrial Disputes Act and trying to sabotage the basic fundamental right of a trade union to strike. You are looping the regional Labour Commissioner and you are seizing it for reconciliation and you are keeping the reconciliation pending, and then you are approaching the High Court, quoting a clause, invoking the writ jurisdiction. Even though the Federal Bank is not coming under the definition of a state, you are cunningly, conveniently bringing regional Labour Commissioner who is coming under the definition of the state, thereby managing to maintain a writ petition in the Honorable High Court, distorting the facts, misinterpreting a particular clause which says that in the Industrial Disputes Act, when the reconciliation is pending before the Labour Commissioner, the trade union is not supposed to go for the strike. Chidambaram, the learned counsel, ex-finance minister, appeared for Federal Bank Officers Association in the High Court. I was present. Actually, I was also given the link. I think the courtroom was webcasted. I was also present there virtually, and I was hearing the arguments of Chidambaram, who has brilliantly argued the case and has got a successful decree from the Honorable High Court. Brilliant argument, I am telling you. As a person, I was a law student at that point of time. Now I am actually doing my LLM in Constitutional Law and Legal Order. So as a keen, enthusiastic student, I was actually hearing the arguments of Chidambaram, who has successfully navigated us through the nuances, through the misinterpretations what Federal Bank has relied on in the Industrial Disputes Act. So this written in golden letters, I am telling you. If we would have failed in that case, then the trade unions in the banking industry would have been stripped off from their basic right to go for a strike. They would have been stripped off from the basic fundamental right, just by misinterpreting a clause in the Industrial Disputes Act. See, now everybody is so keenly looking into the developments in the banking industry. I am a public sector banker. I am not able to understand, I am not able to perceive how conveniently the media, how conveniently the social media is manipulating and driving away the focus from the key issues. See, now you would have received so many messages regarding a proposed merger plan. That State Bank of India will be acquiring 3 banks, and then Canara Bank will be anchoring, and they will be acquiring 3 banks. Punjab National Bank, Bank of Baroda, all these banks will be anchor banks, and we'll be left with only 4 public sector banks. I have gone through an article written by Harsh in Business Standard. I called him and I asked him, see, what provoked you to write this article? See, you have said in this article that PSB Mandan has happened, and in PSB Mandan, the RBI governor, the DFS secretary, everybody was thinking about large global banks for Viksit Bharat, the Vikasit Bharat concept in 2047, what we are aiming at. For Vikasit Bharat, we should have 2 global banks coming under the top 20 list of global banks. So I asked him, is this the reason for your article or the premises for your article, that since the government is visualizing 2 large global banks, it can be achieved by mergers and acquisitions? So I just, for curiosity, for academic purpose, I have gone into the business mix, how the global ranking is done, what is the criteria for ranking the banks globally, who are the first 20 large public sector banks or large banks, and how we can achieve this mandate of getting into the list of the top 20 large banks. See, the business mix of the 20th largest global bank is 1,687 billion US dollars. So now in social media, so many gyan is being spread. You would have seen, no? Kandile ningal? A combination of public sector banks saying that once this is implemented, we will get into the top 20 global banks. See, curiously, I was looking into the combinations where State Bank of India is going to acquire 3 banks, Punjab National Bank is going to acquire 3 banks, and I was just looking into the business mix, the asset values. Actually, the global ranking is done based on the assets. So the total asset of the 20th largest global bank is 1,687 billion US dollars. If you merge Bank of Baroda or Punjab National Bank, which is having a similar asset value, with the State Bank of India, then also you are going to reach an asset value of 950 billion US dollars, and again you are far behind reaching the 20th position. So logically, the ideas being circulated in social media itself is flawed in concept. Then conceptually it is flawed. Because they are propagating the idea that by mergers and acquisitions, you can jump into the list of 20th bank. See, once you merge all these public sector banks, the people who are propagating this idea, they are not able to understand what will be the capital insufficiency suffered by these public sector banks when they are merging. You see, actually I am in that list, I am not an anchor bank, okay. I am going to lose my identity. So I was curiously looking into the proposal where I am going. So Union Bank is going to be acquired by Canara Bank. Along with that, 2 other public sector banks are also in the list. So you are saying that Canara Bank will acquire Union Bank and 2 other public sector banks. So once these mergers and acquisitions happen, you leave the HR crisis, what the bank is going to suffer, the capital inadequacy. I don't know how the government will be approaching this mergers and acquisitions when they have to infuse a huge capital into the merged entities so that they can survive this, keep this banks going. It is quite unfortunate that we are drifting away from the basic issue, and when I am seriously looking into all these propositions and trying to understand whether these mergers are practical, I cannot be so much predictive or assumptive in declaring here that the mergers will not happen. I will definitely not agree to the proposition that mergers are not going to happen. There will be a merger 2 or consolidation, but as far as I understand, the Reserve Bank Governor and the DFS Secretary was optimistically looking forward to bring 2 large public sector banks into the top 20 list, and they told that the growth should be organic. It should not be through consolidations and mergers. But there are possibilities that we can look forward for mergers. There are possibilities where we will see the merger 2 or consolidations where the smaller public sector banks will be acquired by the large banks. That can happen. But what basically has happened after mergers and acquisitions, you know? After mergers and acquisitions, the bank has stopped recruitment. Bank has stopped recruitment. See, generally HDFC, Axis Bank and all, if you see the customer-employee ratio, one employee is taking care of 500 to 600 customers in HDFC, Axis and the top leading new generation private sector banks. If you come to Federal Bank, you can see one employee is taking care of 1,300 customers. It is almost 3 times the number what is available with the private sector banks. But you come to public sector banks, it is almost 1,800 to 1,900 customers being taken care of by one employee. See, you can just understand the quality of customer service these officers or employees will be able to provide to the customer. So after mergers and acquisitions, the consultants, BCG and the other global consultants advised the banks to rationalize, to keep themselves secluded in the urban space, don't open branches in the rural areas, and to stop recruitment so that you can rationalize the staff structure, and by reducing the expenditure in the establishment side, you can bring more profit. Because the idea of mergers was to strengthen the balance sheet and to clear off the non-performing assets, the bad assets in the books, and to bring some healthy banks. But in this process, the public sector banks declined their presence in the semi-urban and rural areas. And if you see, now the largest players who are lending in semi-urban and rural areas in MSME are HDFC and Axis Bank. A few years before, when the trade union leaders used to speak about the public sector space and the role of public sector in the country, we will be bragging about the presence of the public sector banks in the villages, just like post offices we have opened the branches, and how we are serving the public, how we are lending to the public. But now, if you see HDFC and Axis Bank, they have more products, competent rates in MSME, and they are capturing the market of semi-urban and rural areas. You know, HDFC has opened 37 branches on a single day in Kerala. It was inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister. In a discussion, I have told Union Bank MD that see, HDFC has opened 37 branches. My bank was having 453 branches when we amalgamated, when we acquired Corporation and Andhra Bank. Now I am standing at 360. You have cut down 90 branches in Kerala alone. You have cut down 90 branches. So if the mergers are coming, we will slowly withdraw. We will slowly withdraw from the rural and semi-urban space, and we will allow the private sector banks to go there and to establish their presence. You know Jio? What was the inaugural offer of Jio when they have launched their product? The inaugural offer of Jio was free internet, 4G internet for 1 year. And everybody migrated to Jio. I too have a connection of Jio. But now what is the cost? It is the most costly telephone mobile connection in India. So now once you allow the public sector banks to withdraw from the rural and semi-urban fabric of the country, and we will have more capital, we will have more robust balance sheets, so that the 5 or 6 remaining public sector banks will be concentrating in corporate financing alone. And we will be having no role in the rural and semi-urban banking space. It will be taken over by the HDFC and Axis Bank. Subsequently, in 2014 or 15, when the concept of NBFCs and payment bank was introduced, the SBI chairman had an argument with Raghuram Rajan. She told that, see, once you introduce this payments bank, once you introduce this NBFC, the public sector banks will be in dearth of capital, will be in dearth of deposits. We will not have adequate deposits to lend. After 8 or 10 years, in 2025, if you see the pressure inflicted by the public sector banks or even in private sector banks to open SB accounts and current accounts to get CASA, low-cost deposits, the argument of Arundhati Bhattacharya to Raghuram Rajan was appropriate. Now we are running behind the public for getting low-cost deposits. Now when you are purely concentrating in profit, you are least bothered about service, then you will try to put minimum resources and to get the maximum profit. In that exercise, the public sector banks, even in the private sector, or old generation private sector banks, they have cut down the recruitment and they are forcing the officers, especially the officers, because we don't have any rules. We are going by morning 9 o'clock and we are leaving the branches by night 9 o'clock because we don't have any rule. You recruit one officer, morning from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. he will handle the counter or cash. So you can remove one clerk. After 3 p.m. for the next 4-5 hours, he will take care of your lending, file completion, and in some branches I have seen the casual laborers or the substaff or the daftaris are also not properly recruited. And when somebody comes for a visit, for example, a zonal head or a regional head is coming for a visit, then the officers are going and cleaning the toilets. This is the pathetic situation of a banker today. Federal Bank Officers Association and All India Bank Officers Confederation has taken an initiative where we are doing a survey. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow, we will be launching the last moment, the final campaign. Already we have got almost 6,000 to 7,000 responses. We have associated with Indian Institute of Management, Ranchi, and FISAT, All India Bank Officers Confederation. We three have launched a survey to understand and study about the workplace stress. So when I am addressing the officers fraternity of Federal Bank, and there is no need to elaborate or narrate on the work stress or workplace pressure what you are enduring in your branches. I know you will be crushed in the branches. You know, Harsha Bogle, you have heard of Harsha Bogle, no? He is a commentator, he is a cricketer. So Harsha Bogle once in a speech he was addressing, he was mentioning about the Ganna theory, Ganna factory theory. You know Ganna is sugarcane. So he was telling somewhere that his son is an advocate and he belongs to a corporate advocacy firm. So he was saying that the corporates are running Ganna factories. So now all the public sector banks, even the private sector banks, everywhere the management is running Ganna factories. So you would have seen a Ganna factory. In the roadside they'll put a machine, and when you ask for a sugarcane juice, they'll put a sugarcane inside the machine. So it will go and the juice will be extracted. We'll think that they will stop. But again, that employee, the labor, will take the sugarcane back from the machine, he will put it again. then a little bit juice will again drip down. Then we'll think that, okay, fine, it is over. No. Again they will put it. So now every employee is put into this machine, and drop by drop, the efforts, the sweat and the blood of the employee is trickling down to the glass of profit, what the banks are earning. Still, the banks are not understanding the consequences, the compliance dilutions that is happening. Today morning, in the All India Radio, there was a program, Samagaligam. It is having a good viewership, I think 30,000, 40,000. They have approached me to give a small bite on mule accounts. So I was just curiously studying about the mule accounts and what impact it is having in the banking for the bankers. As a trade union leader, I must look into the impact what it is having on the bankers. In Raipur, there was an incident. Mule busting happened. You know what is a mule account? Mule account is used for layering the funds by the criminals, terrorist organizations for laundering the money and to convert black money into white money. So generally, the modus operandi of the mules, money mules, will be opening accounts with public sector banks or private banks, and they will use this account for layering the money. In Raipur, in a public sector bank, a mule account busting happened, and the police came and arrested the branch manager and the second line officer. They were arrested and they have remanded. So we were curiously asking the police department why we are arrested. We have not done any money laundering. But unfortunately, that public sector bank employee was having severe pressure to open accounts. And an agent came to him, he told that, sir, I will give 10 accounts every day. He said, wonderful, yeah. And he started taking the accounts. And he has not compromised or diluted the compliance norms. No? He has not diluted. He took the KYC. They brought the Aadhaar card. They brought the ID card. They brought the address proof. The biometric verification was done. The party came to the bank. There is no impersonation, nothing. That was a current account. Everything was in place. But the police has arrested him, the banker, the branch manager and the second line officer who has verified this account only because of the fact that the current account which they opened was a fake account. That that shop was not available. So the police told that you should have done the due diligence, you should have seen whether the shop is in existence and you should have opened the account. Otherwise, this mule transactions would not have happened. In Indian Overseas Bank, I'll tell you, in Indian Overseas Bank, every day, I am not telling you in Kerala, across the country, you ask any officer in Indian Overseas Bank, every day they have to open 5 SB accounts. If they are not opening 5 SB accounts today, tomorrow they have to open 10 SB accounts. So it will accumulate, it will aggregate. And if you don't open it, what will happen? They will not release the day end check. By 6:30 or 7 o'clock, if you go to the system to do the day end and leave the branch, they will not allow you. By 9 o'clock, the central office will lift the check for the country, and then only you will be able to leave the branch. Every day. Today I am not able to open 3 accounts. Tomorrow I have to open 8 accounts. Day after tomorrow I have to open 13 accounts. And in a week, the officers will understand that I cannot do it. So it is better to stay in the branch up to 9 o'clock. We held the district conference of All India Bank Officers Confederation in Wayanad, and just near to the hall, there was an Indian Overseas Bank branch. Myself and my president, Comrade Biju, went to the branch by 6:30. That officers were literally weeping. You will not understand. That officer was literally weeping. He told that, sir, for the last 8 months, I am going home by 9:30. I am coming here by 9 o'clock. Every Saturday, Sunday, I am coming to the branch. Every Saturday, Sunday. Do you understand? The review meetings are converted as the laboratories for cooking innovative ways of harassing and humiliating officers. Because today the regional manager will be looking for new avenues to humiliate an officer. In a region, in a private bank, every day by evening 5:30, the non-performers will be called to the regional office. By 5:30, they will be called and they will be made to sit in the regional office up to 9 o'clock. And then the review will start. And they will leave the regional office by 10:30. Next day also, the same situation happens. Now, this is the way the officers are treated. So when we are having a huge turbulence, the 36th National Conference of Federal Bank Officers Association should give a hope. This is not only a conference, this is actually a hope. Wait a minute. I think Shekharan sir has to leave, so I am winding up my speech. I'll just remind you, I would like to candidly remind you that you have so many things to do to preserve the formidability and unity of Federal Bank Officers Association and All India Bank Officers Confederation as a movement. See, you are the people who should participate in all the programs. You should ask the officers to participate in all the programs, and if there is a strike or there is any organizational action, then you should make the people understand the importance of participating in the programs to make it a huge success, because it is only the trade union movement, the collective efforts of the officers, which is going to save us and safeguard the interest of officers in the banking industry. So I thank Federal Bank Officers Association for giving me this opportunity to address you. I thank the officers, the delegates, the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais for a patient hearing. I wish Federal Bank Officers Association and the 36th National Conference all my best regards and wishes. As the State Secretary of All India Bank Officers Confederation, Kerala, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our love and respect, we request Sri Shrimad PR, General Secretary of FBOA, to present a memento to Sri Shekharan R, National President, AIBOC. Thank you both. We also request Sri Vivek Shankar to present our token of appreciation and gratitude to Sri Srinath Indujudan, State Secretary, AIBOC, Kerala.
We are happy to welcome Shri Paul Mundaran sir, General Secretary of Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum and former General Secretary of FBOA to join us for the felicitation ceremony.
Hello, Kozhikode. Respected President of the meeting, Comrade Felicitation, the National Vice President of FBOA, distinguished Chief Guest of the Day, Sri M.K. Raghavan, Honorable MP and our NDA Federal Family Member, Honorable Mayor Dr. Beena Philip, esteemed keynote speaker who has just left, Comrade Shekaran, National President of AIBOC, who is also my longtime friend, and dear Srinath Indichudan, State Secretary AIBOC Kerala, who is also my close friend, dear Comrade Sujit Raju, General Secretary APEU, and of course my dear brother and General Secretary of Federal Bank Officers Association, Sri Shimit PR, General Convener Sri Praveen Kumar KP, other distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, National President of Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum, Sri V.M. Rajanarayanan, other office bearers and leaders of Federal Bank Officers Association, Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum, Federal Bank Employees Union, Executive Forum, and delegates, invitees, and my dear young brethren. It's with immense pride and pleasure and honor I stand before this august gathering of past and present at this momentous 36th National Conference of FBOA being held at the City of Literature and also the soil of Lord many struggles. On behalf of Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum, with its 2,600 members and their families, I take this opportunity to congratulate and wish all success, and also with a certain note of gratitude for providing me this opportunity to address you. Kozhikode had earlier also been a venue for a lot many activities and programs, struggles of Federal Bank Officers Association. The memories of the Clean Planet project, and also the youth meet organized at Kozhikode Beach as part of our Golden Jubilee celebration way back in 2017 still linger in my mind. I had the privilege of being part of this movement, great movement, as an ordinary member, an executive committee member, deputy general secretary for several years, and also your General Secretary for 6 years from 2013 to 2019. Though my role has changed now and I am retired, my commitment still remains the same. When I stand here, the spark and the fire which burned within me on those days still linger in me, and it is very active even now. And now I think the association, Federal Bank Officers Association, is very, very vibrant nowadays, and I take this opportunity to congratulate, particularly on this 59th year of its glorious existence and its inspiring leadership, to taking it to greater levels, and also salute the membership who are dedicated and who are keeping abreast the spirit of fire and the spark and the fighting ahead with them. As the General Secretary of Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum and the National Senior Vice President of IPARC, I represent the voice of lakhs and lakhs of retirees who had given their lives to the institution and still keep up and cherish the ideals of the institution even in retirement. Article 21 of Indian Constitution, as you know, it gives the right to live to anyone. It gives the right to life, not only that, the right to decent living, the right to dignified life. And it is more applicable to the retirees or the senior citizens of the country, because they have given their best life to the society and the institution, and they have been part and parcel in the process of the nation building process. And as such, it is the duty of the society to ensure that the evening of their life is secure, protected, dignified, and they are free from all financial distress. And it is not a charity, it is a social contract, a social obligation. And on this occasion, I feel that I am duty bound to tell all of you who are present before this esteemed gathering, and particularly before the ABOC leadership, which is a vital part of you, there are fundamental, functional, foundational pillars which are it is not negotiable or compromisable, which is to ensure the dignity and the protection of the senior citizens in the country, particularly the bankers. The first imperative is the pension updation. And pension updation is not a matter of an issue of retirees alone. It is an issue of, it's very much an issue of yours also. You are going to face it sooner or later. Pension is your deferred wages. It is not something, a magnanimity or something else. So you must understand that it is an imperative that pension updation is to take place, and we are demanding that on the strength of a fund, pension fund we have created. So on the strength of that, we demand that we have a rule, we have a cause for pension updation. It is well written in the 95 pension rules, and it is already available in all statutes that has come up, subsequently. So we urge our leaders or our members in the banking industry to realize and recognize whatever struggles we all together make for the pension updation is a direct investment for future tranquility. And it is to be an issue, a non-negotiable, non-compromisable issue with top priority. It should be an item of top priority in the discussion tables itself. And the second thing is the lifeline of the medical insurance. When we age actually healthcare is not a luxury, it becomes an absolute necessity. And we want to have a comprehensive, cost-effective, affordable, futuristic medical insurance that has got a wider coverage, and the premium should be borne by the respective banks. And at this point of time, I must thank Federal Bank, because in Federal Bank alone, if there is a support, financial support for the retirees for the medical insurance, it is available in Federal Bank only. We have got 70% support right from the 2013. And kudos to Federal Bank Officers Association and Retirees of Forum. We have been able to achieve all these things. My dear friends, we are all part of a great family, federal family. We are part of great organizations. That is, whether it is FBOA, FBROA, FPOA, these organizations have been able to provide us one of the best working conditions in the industry. They have been able to coordinate us in our struggles for the protection of our rights. And the new gen people sitting over here, or you, the senior members, have to tell to the new gen people that whatever benefit that we all enjoy today are not given by the management out of their magnanimity. It has been obtained by sustained struggles only. And we have proved our mettle as a trade union also. And we have shown to the world what is positive trade unionism, what is constructive trade unionism. The path-breaking achievements your leadership have attained, welfare schemes, housing projects, guest houses, and the great strikes, dharnas, and all these, and even the world-class FISAT, all these make us unique. So we are a separate lot who have been able to create history. From the essence of being a simple trade union, FBOA has now emerged as the flagship movement in the country. And I am happy that it is going like anything, and it is the sole beacon of hope and aspiration of thousands of officers in their federal journey. And we are a separate lot, we can think of that way itself. And we people, we the retired people, are your brethren, part and parcel of the very same federal body. And we have our own issues, as you have your own issues. We have many other issues like our commutation recovery. Together we say that our issue, the commutation recovery period has to be reduced from 15 years to 11 years since the interest rate has come down. Our, the pension option to the resignees, which has been agreed in the bipartite, still has to be implemented. And the DR difference, the DR calculation difference factor is to be rectified. And the special allowance over the years we have been getting benefits which have been earmarked on the majority part earmarked to special allowance, which is not being attracted for pension, or it is not counted for pension or gratuity. So we demand that special allowance to be calculated for pension updation. All these are to be settled, and we demand the IIBOC, UOPU to take care of all those things. My dear friends, there is an indivisible relationship between FBOA and FBROF. There is an umbilical cord relationship between these two organizations. It was only FBOA that made FBROF way back, 30 years back. And we are in effect one and the same body, and we continue to be its associate members also. Today's FBOA is tomorrow's FBROF. The causes of retirees today are the causes of serving office for future also. So we fight in the same bottle and we go ahead. There is a golden thread of family spirit which is very much present in the federal DNA. That binds us together. We are inheriting a federal legacy, and we are carrying it forward as a simple, solid, single organization. We speak not as the relics of the past, but as the living testament of this federal legacy, which we are inheriting and passing through generation after generation. So I appeal to the AIBOC, UOPU leadership that you have the mandate for the entire banking officer community, including the retirees. So you are the vanguard who are making the policies for the future. So I humbly request the leadership to take care of the leaders also, take care of the past also. I am happy to see that in the commentary side, when the meeting started, the commentators, they actually greeted the foreigners. That is the tradition. What do you say? The Guru Dakshina. What in the Malayalam we say? Guru Dakshina. And even in your report, I am happy, I congratulate the General Secretary that placing a brief report on Federal Bank Retired Office Forum just after Federal Bank, but before Federal Bank Officers Association, the way in which you take Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum, kudos to the leadership also. I would tell the AIBOC and the UOPU leadership to integrate our demands, our causes, your future causes, to be part of the charter of demands, not as a footnote, but as a essential part of the social obligation. And whatever efforts that you make for the future of the retired, or your future or the issues of the retirees, that is a preemptive strike that we are together creating for our future itself. So my dear friends, when I say passionately our issues, I am not blind of your issues, very serious issues. I am sure that your 5-day week has not happened, and you are facing undue pressure in the branches. We heard about the late sitting up to 10 o'clock and all that, and you are suffering from unattainable targets, and you are suffering from outside appointments, and you are at the fear. You are facing the fear of merger, acquisition, takeover, which can even damage or even negate the pension itself or the future benefits itself. All these are our common issues, and I assure you that our unwavering solidarity, support will always be there for the struggles and strikes or whatever of Federal Bank Officers Association, and anything for the betterment of the officers in this country. When we usher into a new era, we share the same aim, hope and concern. It is a time which calls for greater organizational vigilance and commitment. I believe that in the coming days, FBOAs will be called upon to play a stellar role, because you are the guardian angel of this institution as well as its members. You are the torch bearers of the Federal Bank, and you are the flag bearers of the great movement, Federal Bank Officers Association. So rise in unison, cherish your togetherness and solidarity at all levels, so that we can face the imminent threats and challenges in any way. And Federal Bank, we want to have a better Federal Bank, a more visible Federal Bank, a stronger FBOA, a very active Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum. All of this should come hand in hand, go hand in hand, work together for a great federal bank and great federals in the coming days. We should be complementary and supplementary to all these, the coming days. And we cannot be exclusive in ourselves. Together we have done, together we will do it also. Let this conference be a huge success, and with meaningful deliberations, let it bring out more results. Not just resolutions, but bold, committed decisions. And I wish all the best and all success for the conference, and all the very best to each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paul sir. We shall now proceed with the prize distribution. We have a few awards to honor the children of our members who have achieved outstanding results in their 10th and 12th grade examinations. I request all the award winners and their parents to line up on the left side of the stage and come forward one by one as their names are announced. We kindly invite the following students to the stage to receive their awards.
We have Muhammad Bilal B, son of Jasmine Jalal. I request Sri Srinath Induchudan to give away the prize. Muhammad Bilal B. We have Jody Neil, son of Neil George. Next, we have Chako Joshi, son of Beena Matthew. Chako Joshi, son of Beena Matthew. Next, Abhinav A.B., son of Bindulega S. Abhinav A.B., son of Bindulega S. Niranjana Saumya Abhilash, son of Saumya N. We will move on to the next student, Niranjana Kiran, son of Anju P. Nair. Niranjana Kiran, son of Anju P. Nair. We have Arnav Mishra, son of Chintamani Mishra. Arnav Mishra, son of Chintamani Mishra. The prizes will be distributed by Sri Shrimit PR, General Secretary, FBOA. Arnav Mishra, son of Chindamani Mishra. Next, John K. Jyotish, son of Preeta Thomas. John K. Jyotish, son of Preetha Thomas. We now request Sri Paul Mundadan, General Secretary, FBROF, to give away the prizes. We again invite Abhinav AB, son of Bindulega S.
Nothing is wrong with you. Accept the situation and move on.
Next, Anugrah Tuhacheri, son of Manju T. I request Janip sir to give away the prizes. Please come on to the dais, sir. Anugrah Tuvasheri, son of Manju T. Next we have Atul Krishna M, son of Mahesh V. I request Sri Vivek Shankar, Vice President, FBOA, to give away the prize. Adul Krishna M, son of Mahesh V. Next we have Chris Ernest Monto, son of Patricia Angelita. Chris Ernest Monto, son of Patricia Angelita. I request Neil George to give away the prize. Next we have Navnit Krishnan KS, son of Karthik G. Navnit Krishnan KS, son of Karthik G. I request the General Convener, Sri Praveen Kumar KP, to give away the prize. We also have Atul Krishna M, son of Mahesh V. I request Sri Vivek Shankar, Vice President, to give away the prize. Atul Krishna M, son of Mahesh V. Do we have Muhammad Bilal B, son of Jasmine Jalal, here? Or Chako Joshi, son of Beena Matthew? I request Sri Rajesh sir to give away the prize. Sri Rajesh is the convener of organizing committee. Do we have Niranjana Kiran, daughter of Anju P. Nair, and Chris Ernest Mondo, son of Patricia Angelita?
The Kozhikode zone is proud to host the 36th National Conference under the leadership of Shri Praveen Kumar KP, the General Convener of this event. I now invite Shri Praveen Kumar KP to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, my dear comrades. I know you all are hungry. 1 minute, there is one more award to announce. Yeah. Okay. I am very proud to announce that the FBOA Kozhikode unit is one of the strongest units of Federal Bank Officers Association. I am very much thankful for the previous leaders who are sitting here to make this Federal Bank Officers Association Kozhikode unit is a very strong one. As we come to the conclusion of this inaugural session of the 36th All India Biennial Conference of FBOA, it is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Federal Bank Officers Association and the organizing committee. First of all, I express our gratitude to our distinguished chief guest and inaugurator, Shri M.K. Raghavan, respected Member of Parliament. I am very proud to say that Raghavan is a member of our federal family, as his wife, Mrs. Usha Kumari, is a retired employee of Federal Bank. In this absence, sir, we appreciate you making time in your busy schedule to be for the inauguration. Next, our beloved Honorable Mayor of Kozhikode Corporation, Dr. Beena Philip. Even with a busy schedule, Madam came here for distributing award and made an inspiring speech to us. We sincerely thanking you, Madam. And Comrade Shekaran Ramanujan, National President of AIBOC, who delivered the keynote address. Shekaran sir is from Tamil Nadu. We express our sincere thanks for his inspiring speech. Shekaran sir very rightly pointed out the need of unity or associations or trade unions, the importance of trade unions in banks. Next, I express our sincere thanks to our Srinath Indujudan, Kerala State Secretary of AIBOC, for his inspiring and motivational speech. He rightly elaborated so many trade union activities of FBOA. That we are very proud of that, and kudos goes to my dear comrades. Thank you, sir. Happy to hear he is undergoing a training in law. I think in future we have to make use of our AIBOC secretary instead of our respected Chidambaram, sir. Thank you very much for coming and making a very interesting and motivational speech here. And thanks to Mr. Sujit Raju, General Secretary of Federal Bank Employees Union, who came from Aluva Central Office to facilitate our conference at Kozhikode. Also, I thanks all award staff who attended the conference. Sincere thanks to Mr. Paul Mundadan, General Secretary of Federal Bank Retirees Officers Forum, for his spectacular felicitation speech. He was our leader for so many years, and especially he was our General Secretary for 6 years. Thank you, sir. Also, I express my thanks to all retirees of Federal Bank who are here for gracious their presence. I also congratulate to the award winners. Thank you for accepting the Federal Bank Officers Association's humble awards to Best Social Worker, Mr. Ahmed Kabir, and Educational Awards. So many children had received that our cash awards and certificate. Then I especially thanks to the prayer who made the prayer, Soumya Wilson. Next, on behalf of the organizing committee, I express sincere thanks to our General Secretary Shimit PR, who is the backbone of FBOA for last 4 years and the continuing General Secretary of FBOA. We are expecting the same vigor and vibrancy in coming days also. Sir, thank you for your welcome speech. Thank you so much. On behalf of organizing committee, I express sincere thanks in his absence, our beloved President, Mr. Sachin Jacob Paul, who could not attend the 36th All India Conference because of medical grounds. He gave all the guidance and support for effective conduct of this conference. Thank you, Sachin. I really appreciate FBOA Vice President Sri Vivek Shankar, who delivered the presidential address. Thank you, Vivek. I use this opportunity to express my special thanks to FBOA Treasurer Mr. Janib Kachapalli for the guidance and timely financial support to execute this conference. Also, I make use of this opportunity to thank our comrades who made the bike rally, Ride to Pride as a slogan, and they made the bike rally from Thrissur to Kozhikode, and then after a very interesting DJ party in Kozhikode. I use this opportunity to thank all the members who participated in the bike rally. Then I thanks to Manish and team for arranging such an elegant stage, sound and decoration. Thanks to Chinnu's Catering, Surendra and team for serving delicious breakfast and also very nice lunches waiting with Kozhikode taste. Thanks to our Thanks to our Ashirwad loans for giving such a tremendous stage and sitting arrangements to us. Next, I thanks to my own team, that's to our dedicating organizing committee for your tireless efforts. Your hard work has ensured the smooth execution of this conference. Special thanks goes to Mr. Neil George, Anu, Manjuti, Surmiya Suleiman, Hari Krishnan, Vishnu, Gobiga, Ritu, Sovin, and so many are. All of them very much helped to conduct this conference. I take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to all delegates, guests, friends, etc., those made this 36th All India Biennial Conference a memorable one. അവസാനമായി ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടതും ഈ 36ാമത് ദേശീയ സമ്മേളനം ഇത്രയും വലിയ വിജയമാക്കി FBOയുടെ ചരിത്രത്തിൽ ഒരിക്കലും മറക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തതായ തങ്കലിപികളാൽ എഴുതപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കോൺഫറൻസ് ആക്കി മാറ്റിയത് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ നാനാഭാഗങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്ന മുഴുവൻ അതിഥികളെയും പെൻഷനേഴ്സിനെയും എല്ലാറ്റിനും ഉപരിയായി ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്ക് ഓഫീസർമാരുടെ FBOയുടെ കരുത്തരായ മുഴുവൻ മെമ്പർമാരുടെയും പ്രത്യേകം നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ഉപസംഹരിക്കുന്നു. Be united, be strong. FBOA Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. FBOA Zindabad. Thank you to all.
Before we leave, we have a prize awaiting collection. I request Ms. Rajashree K, daughter of Ms. Saraswati, to kindly come to the dais and to receive it. I request Sri Shrimad PR to give away the prize.
മഹത്തരമായ ഈ ചടങ്ങ് ഇത്രയും പ്രൗഢഗംഭീരമായത് എല്ലാവരുടെയും സാന്നിധ്യമുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് മാത്രമാണ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ രണ്ടുപേരുടെയും വ്യക്തിപരമായ പേരിലും FBOA ഫാമിലിയുടെ പേരിലുമുള്ള നന്ദിയും കടപ്പാടും അറിയിച്ചുകൊള്ളുന്നു. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ലഞ്ച് സെക്ഷൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഫ്ലോറിലാണ്. എല്ലാവരും അതിലേക്ക് സംബന്ധിക്കുക. തിരിച്ച് നമുക്ക് അടുത്ത സെക്ഷൻ തുടങ്ങുന്നത് 2 മണിക്കാണ്. എല്ലാവരും അതിനുശേഷം 2 മണിക്ക് തന്നെ വെന്യൂയിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചേരും എന്ന് ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തുക. ഡെലിഗേറ്റ് സെഷൻ 2 മണിയോടുകൂടി തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ആരംഭിക്കുന്നതായിരിക്കും. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.
Check, check, check, check, check.
Good evening, good afternoon, comrades. Our national conference, 36th Biennial National Conference, second half is starting. This section we are having General Secretary report, then accounts presenting. Some bylaw amendments are there, resolutions are there, then discussion on the General Secretary reports, accounts, and the delegate section is also there. Delegate section is all the FBOA members can express their views, queries and questions here rather than the executive committee member, existing executive committee member. Slips will be passed. You can write down your name, PF number and the office you are working, and the question also you can write down there. That can be passed to the concerned committee members. We can have detailed discussion on the queries and questions you have raised. So delegate section will continue parallelly. First we are having General Secretary report. I invite Comrade Shimit PR for presenting the General Secretary report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, comrades. Directly switching out to General Secretary's report presented in the 36th National Conference held in Kozhikode. Comrade President, other office bearers, dear delegates and observers, I am pleased to extend a warm welcome and fraternal greetings to all the dignitaries, special invitees, delegates and observers who have traveled from various parts of the country to attend 36th National Biennial Conference of the Federal Bank Officers Association, FBOA, at Ashirwad Lawns, Convention Center located on Mini Bypass Road, Karaparamba Junction, Kozhikode. The 2-year period from October 2023 to October 2025 covered in this report was eventful in the realms of life, politics, social, economic, banking and trade union scenes of the country as well as the world at large. The banking industry is witnessing revolutionary changes, and the banking trade unions under the banner of United Forum of Bank Union and AIBOC are continuing their efforts to improve our service conditions and resist anti-bank and anti-employee policies. The arduous efforts undertaken by our association to safeguard the interest of our institutions and members are detailed in this report on the following pages. I hope that this August House will pay its considered attention to the issues discussed in the report and evolve appropriate strategies to guide the organization in these difficult days ahead. Salutation to the working class. It is my prime duty to remember at this moment those valiant heroes of the working class movement who fought with courage and sacrificed everything, including their lives, to make our present existence secure. Without their relentless struggles, innumerable hardships and sufferings, our movement would not have come into existence. These men and women from every part of the world gave a standing fight against injustice and exploitation. They had been uncompromising in the cause of the welfare of the working class against injustice and cruelty unleashed by the capitalist and feudal forces. They had laid the foundation for working class unity. We dip our banner in the revered memory of those forefathers of the trade union movement and pledge our conviction to march in the sacred path charted by them. While doing so, we all stand for posterity for the action and its manifestation in the days to come. Homage. During the period under report, we have lost several prominent personalities at national and international levels from various fields including trade unionism, art, culture, cinema, sports and religion, apart from political figures. Innumerable deaths have occurred due to natural calamities, war, violence, terrorist attacks, loot and arson, accidents, stampede and freak disasters. In the terrorist attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir on April 22, 2025, 26 civilian tourists were killed. Air India plane Boeing 787 Dreamliner bound for London with 242 people on board crashed onto a medical college hostel during the takeoff, killing 241 passengers and several others. 298 people were killed during the landslides that hit Wayanad on July 30, 2024. Many a great and noble lives, eminent trade union leaders, political leaders and remarkable personalities including celebrities, film personalities, arts, sports and literary figures both in and around the country and the world at large, who made invaluable and special contribution in their chosen field of activities, have left us for their heavenly abode. Some of them are NPD Menon, veteran leader and founder member of AIBOC and IPAR. A father figure in the IBOC movement in Kerala passed away on August 25, 2024. He was the former president of the FBOA. The contributions he made in shaping the IBOC in Kerala, particularly for the IBOC private sector bank affiliates, are commendable and deserve our recognition. Tapas Kumar Ghosh, former senior vice president of IBOC. Comrade Tapas Kumar Ghosh, the former senior vice president of IBOC and the general secretary of the Federation of Bank of Baroda Officers Association, FBOA, and retired on March 31, 2023, passed away on 20th August 2024. He was one of the secretariat members of IBOC since 2018 till he takes over as General Secretary of FBOA. Manmohan Singh, former Prime Minister. Dr. Manmohan Singh, former Indian Prime Minister and the architect of India's economic reforms, has passed away at the age of 92 in Delhi. A respected economist, Singh was instrumental in liberalizing India's economy in 1991 as Finance Minister. He served as Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, making history as the first Sikh to hold the office and the first since Nehru to return after a full term. Despite his second term being marred by corruption scandals, Singh's legacy includes significant contributions like the US in the nuclear deal, the RTA Act, and the MGNREGA, which provided jobs and transparency to millions. Pope Francis, spiritual leader of World Catholic Community. Natwar Singh, former Minister of External Affairs. V. Srinivasa Prasad, former Union Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Mulayan Singh Yadav, former Minister of Defence and former Chief Minister of UP. Buddhadev Bhattacharya, former Chief Minister of West Bengal, CPIM Politburo member. Manohar Joshi, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and former Lok Sabha Speaker. Sitaram Yechury, former General Secretary CPIM. V.S. Sachivanandan, former Chief Minister of Kerala. Kanam Rajendran, former CPI State Secretary Kerala and State Secretary AITUC. T.H. Mustafa, former Kerala Minister. Vijay Tamil actor and DMK leader. M.M. Lawrence, veteran CPIM leader. Kuti Ahmad Kuti, former Minister of Kerala. Padmasri Rajiv Taranath, classical musician. Ratan Tata, industrialist. Ustad Zakir Hussain, musician. Ustad Rashid Khan, musician. Pankajudas singer. K. Rasturiangan, former ISR chief. M.B.S. Narayanan, Indian historian. M.T. Vasudevan Nair, Malayalam writer and director. T.P. Madhavan, veteran Malayalam actor. P.J. Yendran, playback singer. Shafi, Malayalam movie director. Pradap Pothan, actor, director, producer. Vani Jairam, National Award winning singer. Artist Nambudri, cartoonist. Sharad Babu, South Indian actor. Daniel Balaji, Tamil actor. Sangeet Sivan, film director. Shashi Kumar, film director. Siddiq, Malayalam and Bollywood film director. Kavir Purnama, Malayalam actor. With profound grief and sorrow, we report the demise of our 6 of our officers who left us for eternal peace since our national conference. Shivaram, PF number 18030, Bibinar, PF number 19494, Saloni Garg 25269, Abel Chacopol 18064, Ishwar 22129, Ashwadi R 16883. And the retired officers, PF number 1837, George Kuti Joseph, 791 Chandramohan V, 5019 Palmamar G, 1856 Benny John, 843 Cherian TI, 4973 Joy PT, 218 John K, 1450 Sidaram V, 3381 Philip Thomas, 535 Jacob VO, 388 Baby KS, 1782 Jacob Thomas Ullatil, 522 Abraham TC, 3179 Polly George, 410 Joseph 80, 486 Varki VV, 3324 Emmanuel Alex, 997 Cherian AC, 1637 Josuti Joseph, 2597 Wilfred Sadana, 3057 Jose Matthew K, 727 George TP, 222 George Joseph, 1715 Sayyid Muhammad BK, 5397 Narayana Nair VK, 2338 Nandu Balanji, 192 George AV, 2917 Krishnakumaran TP, 4734 Abdullah Hamid MA, 8669 Vimal Tanaj Patil, 2042 Francis VO, 572 Soman Nair CK, 598 Sedu Madhavan M, 74 Simran Nair TR, 1024 Ramnarayan S, 5519 Tangarajan PK, 2315 James George, 1603 Alfie Joseph, 782 Rajaramji, 559 Samuel Casey, 2507 99 Kuriani, 2547 Prem Kumar GK, 1309 John Pichako, 2110 Chakravani Menon, 167 Matthew Varghese, 207 Zakaria CA, 6554 Madhesh Yen, 313 Valsa Jos, 29 Varki V, 4998 Mohandas E, 2499 Moli ET, 515 Jacob CI, 72 Patros CB. Let us observe a minute silence in remembrance of all those who left us during the period under report. Please rise. Thank you. International scenario. I am not going through all the details of this international scenario. I will just go through the headlines. Trump tantrums, H-1B visa fee hike for punitive tariffs, India-US trade ties. The turmoil in Kathmandu, Operation Sindoor 2025, Russia-Ukraine war, a prolonged conflict, Israel-Hamas war, humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Bangladesh in transition, the interim government takes charge, climate and environment, and the developments in artificial intelligence continue to astound and concern. Coming to the national scenario, Again, the headlines I will go through. Lok Sabha elections, historic election in Jammu and Kashmir, India-China resolves long-standing border issue, India become T20 world champions, and other matters, including all the major details in the national scenario, like India won the tournament, and ISRO launched Mumbai Trans Harbour Link, Uttarakhand legislature assembly passed a uniform civil code, etc. ISRO launches. These are the national scenario. Coming to the financial sector and monetary, page number 10, policy and banking. The details and important points related with the financial sector and banking and policy changes are included. The growth, Reserve Bank of India has revised India's real GDP growth forecast for financial year 2025-21 upwards to 6.8%. And the sectoral performance, then comes the Union Budget 2026, page number 11. Major highlights are included: tax reforms, increased income tax and exemption limit. No income tax is payable on a total income of up to 12 lakh for individuals under the new tax regime, and other direct charges, support for MSME startups, agricultural and rural economy, education and innovation, and major economic and financial reforms. And the RBI's policy decisions and the performance of financial markets reflect a stable, though cautiously managed financial environment. And page number 12, the key government policies and reforms like GST rationalization, fiscal focus, financial inclusion, Vikasit Bharat goal, and key regulatory and credit flow reforms, corporate acquisition financing, expanded capital market lending, risk management and Basel norms, then digital banking and financial inclusion. Page number 13, access to digital banking, financial inclusion index, other developments, and major regulatory and development reforms, banking sector resilience and governance, ease of doing business and exporters support, consumer protection. And the page number 14, the key business figures of public sector and private banks, the data from IBA, as on for the last 3 years, 2023, 24 and 25, we can compare all the public sector banks with their performance in assets, liabilities, NPA, and profitability, with the private sector banks, old generation private sector banks, and new private sector banks. So page number from 14, 15, 16, and 17, that is the data, the details of all the major banks, all the banks. And page number 18, it is United Forum of Bank Unions. The United Forum of Bank Unions, an umbrella organization of 9 major bank employees and officers associations in India, has been actively engaged in various campaigns and negotiations throughout 2024 and 25. Major points are the strike calls and agitation programs, negotiations and conciliation meetings, demonstrations and dharna, including a dharna at Jantar Mandir, Delhi, in which all the executive committee members of FBOA participated in that dharna. Advocacy on policy issues. Major demands include the wage remission that we have reached a settlement in 2024, and immediate implementation of 5-day work week, gratuity ceiling to increase to 25 lakh, recruitment and staff shortage. It's the main major point, demand by United Forum of Bank Unions. Job security and performance review, and filling up the vacant post of workmen and office and directors in public sector banks. Coming to page number 19, All India Bank Officers Confederation, that is our apex trade union of our FBOA. All India Bank Officers Confederation is an apex trade union of supervisory cadre employees. As an apex body, IBOG is a torchbearer in the trade union movement, not only to the bank officers, but also for the supervisory cadre of employees in the financial sector as a whole. IBOG has been a forerunner in the championing the cause of the working class among supervisory cadre employees. IBOG has acted as the catalyst in forging unity of bank employees and informing United Forum of Bank Unions in 1997, comprising of all bank employees union and officers organization. And the various struggles and achievements of IBOG. Number 1 is the wage revision, secured wage revision, joint note signed. The Confederation played a pivotal role in securing a significant wage revision for the bank industry in 2024. Major campaigns and demands, and third one, the key organizational events and stances. 13th Triennial General Council was held in Guwahati, and other new president effective from April 1, 2025, Comrade Shekaran Ramanujan, Secretary of All India Bank Officers Association, General Secretary of All India Indian Bank Officers Association, took over as the President of All India Bank Officers Confederation, and the strike calls and support for the general strike policy, etc. Then the page number 20, the 9th joint note, wage settlement for officers of the banking industry. That we know the historic settlement was signed in March 8, 2024. The details of the and salient features of the wage negotiations is mentioned from page number 20 to 24. All the details are included. I am not going through each and every detail. You are aware about the settlement and details. And after that, page number 24, merger of regional rural banks with the sponsor banks, celebrated the 56th anniversary of Bank Nationalization Day. One-day nationwide bank strike on 28 August 2024. The IBOC extended its full fraternal support to the strike call given by AIBA on 28 2024. IBOC extended its absolute support in solidarity with the UFBU Maharashtra for their strike on 16 November 2024. And IBOC Executive Committee decided to go for a 2-day nationwide strike that was scheduled for February 24 and 25, 2025. And the perquisite tax liability under the Index Act, IBOC wrote to Honorable Finance Minister, Union of India, appealing for exemption of bank employees from perquisite tax liability under the Income Tax Act. IBOC celebrated its 41st Foundation Day on 6th October 2025. Unfair labor practices by Standard Chartered Bank, page number 25. Standard Chartered Bank terminated 2 principal office bearers and 4 members of the Association of Standard Chartered Bank Officers, Kolkata, ASCBO, on 18 September 2025 under the false pretext of redundancy. Those arbitrarily terminated include Comrade Satyajit Tripathi, General Secretary of ASCBO, Comrade Tilottama Roy, President of ASCBO, and 4 other active members of the union. Their services were terminated with immediate effect, and dues were forcefully settled without due process or dialogue. This brazen action has been carried out during the pendency of industrial dispute before the Central Industrial Tribunal and Labour Court in clear violation of Section 33 of the Industrial Dispute Act 1947. The law explicitly prohibits changes in service conditions or punitive measures against employees during adjudication without prior tribunal approval. By disregarding this legal safeguard, Standard Chartered Bank has displayed utter contempt of judicial authority. It is nothing less than union busting and victimization intended to silence officers who have been courageously raising their voice against discrimination, harassment, and exploitation within the bank. ASCBO, a registered trade union under the Trade Union Act 1926 and affiliate to IBOC, has consistently exposed the discriminatory and exploitative practices prevailing in SCB. The union has raised issues such as denial of NI Act holidays, Negotiation Act holidays to officers while clerical staff enjoy them. Severe pay disparity where officers are often paid less than the clerical staff, and the misuse of redundancy and performance improvement plan policies as tools of arbitrary dismissal. Officers have also faced extended working hours, absence of work-life balance, and extreme pressure that undermines their well-being. Women officers, in particular, have been subjected to misbehavior and harassment at the hands of senior management. To suppress this resistance, the management has gone so far as to suspend ACOB's official social media handles, attempting to gag the voice of dissent. The latest terminations are not an isolated development but part of a continuing pattern of selective victimization by Standard Chartered Bank. In 2022, Comrade Indranil Bhattacharya, a teller with 17 years of service, was terminated under the pretext of redundancy. Within months, the bank recruited 3 new people in the same role, exposing the falsehood of the claim. Again in 2024, Comrade Sanjeev Dev was targeted with a redundancy notice. The present action of terminating union leaders in 2025 is a further extension of this systematic misuse of redundancy provisions to selectively target employees and eliminate organized resistance. This attack on ASCBO is not merely an assault on one union. It is a direct challenge to the entire trade union movement in private and foreign banks. If such draconian measures are left unchecked, they will embolden other multinational corporations to trample upon the hard-won rights of Indian workers. AIBOC reaffirms its solidarity with ASCBO and warns Standard Chartered Bank that these measures will be resisted with the full might of the organized banking fraternity. Unity is our strength, and injustice anywhere is a threat to justice anywhere. Affairs at Catholic Syrian Bank. Since 2016, the employees and officers of the Catholic Syrian Bank have been actively opposing the management's anti-labor and anti-people policies. The bank has not given the mandate to the Indian Banks Association for wage revision. Consequently, the 11th and 12th bi-party settlements have not been implemented, as management has said that it is not a party to these negotiations. Employees are still receiving the salaries set in the 10th bi-party settlement, meaning there has been no wage revision for the last 8 years. The FBOA is diligently contesting these anti-labor policies through organizational initiatives and legal measures. Page number 26, Federal Bank. Federal Bank rises to 6th largest private bank, powered by strong core performance. Strong operating performance with operating profit at 1,556.29 crores. Highest ever other income at 1,113 crores. Net profit at 861.75 crore. Total deposit, total increase in total business. Total business has reached 5,28,640.65 crore. Credit growth, deposit growth, operating, these are the major points. Strategic internal initiatives and the footprint. Total number of banking outlets come to 1591. Number of ATMs recycling as on 30th June 2025 is 2093, including mobile ATMs. And the page number 27, Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum. Federal Bank Retired Officers Forum, FBRF, is an organization of retired officers of the Federal Bank and an organization wing of Federal Bank Officers Association, FBOA. FBOA was formed in the year 1994 with a small number of retired officers for a bank. This was the initiative of Federal Bank of Association with the Sri P.V. Matthews, General Secretary at that time. Now the forum has grown to a large organization with membership of nearly 2,600 and zonal area committees throughout the country on the model of the zonal setup of the bank and FBOA. National Organization for the Retirees and Pensioners in the bank sector, called All India Pensioners and Retirees Confederation, was formed at New Delhi on 25th November 2012 at the initiative of IBOC for highlighting and redressing of our common issues before IBA and the Government of India. FBRF is associated to the Confederation. In the page number 28, the Federal Bank Officers Association, FBOA. Federal Bank Officers Association is the sole representative body of the officers working in the Federal Bank. It is formed in 1966 by a small group of 15 officers under the able leadership of Sri N.P. Mathai, Founder General Secretary of the FBOA. The lofty ideal of serving the officer community in the Federal Bank. It started functioning officially with the approved bylaws on 16/4/1967. FBOA is an apolitical trade union affiliated with all Bank Officers Confederation. FBOA strives for protecting and safeguarding the trade union rights of officers working in the bank and improving the service conditions of officers. FBOA always endeavors to ensure steady and sustained growth for Federal Bank in tune with the industry. FBOA has always been practicing a positive trade unionism in all its actions and activities to promote a smooth industrial climate without diluting its basic trade union principles. FBOA, the mighty organization of the officers, is now indeed the most vital support pillar for the members with protection, support and guidance. Satisfaction on the faces of thousands of Federal Bank officers present and past and their families stands as an everlasting monument to the human services rendered by Federal Bank officers through the glorious years. Coming to 35th, page number 29, 35th National Conference of FBOA that was held at Kottayam with great enthusiasm and participation of our comrades from all over the country, former leaders of FBOA, leaders and representatives of the retired officers, forum, national and state leaders of IBOC, and other dignitaries. The conference was a platform for discussing and addressing the challenges faced by bank officers and for formulating plans to ensure their well-being and prosperity. It was an occasion to celebrate the unity and cooperation among the bank officers. Comrade Reuben Roy, the National General Secretary of All India Bank Officers Confederation, inaugurated the 35th National Conference by lighting the ceremonial lamp. In his remarks, he highlighted the challenges faced by public sector and old generation banks compared to new generation private sector banks. Comrade Reuben Roy also briefed the attendees on the developments on the 12th bipartite discussion. Sri N.V.N. Vasavan, Honorable Minister of Corporation Registration, delivered the keynote address, and Sri Srinath Indijudan, the National Senior Vice President and Secretary of IBOC Kerala, spoke about the challenges faced by bank officers across all banks. And Sri Joy P.V., Senior Vice President of Federal Bank, spoke about the remarkable success that the Federal Bank has achieved over the years. Sri Sujit Raju, General Secretary of Federal Bank Employees Union, highlighted the importance of creating a collective platform for all employees to fight against the management policies. Sri Paul Mundadan, General Secretary of FBOA Forum and former General Secretary of FBOA, took a moment to reflect on the FBOA struggles over the years. After that, the installation of new office bearers, EC and sound secretaries for the biennial 2023-25. And in that also recognition of the outstanding contributions made by Sri Bennichan Lokos, Sri Vasavan, the Honorable Minister of Corporation Registration, awarded him the FBOA Best Social Work Award for 2021-23. And page number 31, FBOA, the first Executive Committee meeting and the co-options to the Executive Committee overseeing arrangements. And page number 32, the Executive Committee meetings and an eventful 2 years. In detail, what are the activities of association for the last two years? Important points are salary vision for officers, 9th joint note, and restored the bilateralism, internal settlement signed, legal battles, circulars and messages, protests, membership campaigns, regional meetings, branch visits, family matters, family meets, promotion classes, and classes to JAB and CAB aspirants. National recognition for FBOA. Comrade Shimit PR elected as Senior Vice President, Comrade Sachin Jacobo as Deputy General Secretary, and Comrade Jenny J. Kachapalli as an Executive Member of IBOC at the National Conference held in Guwahati on 9th July 2024. All India Private Sector Banks Officers Confederation. Comrade Shimit VR was elected as the General Secretary of the All India Private Sector Banks Office Federation, AIPSBOF, during the reporting period. During the reporting period, 2 meetings of the AIPSBOF were held. The first meeting took place on December 10 and the second in February 2nd, 2025. Work-life balance survey for bank officers. IBOC Kerala, in collaboration with IIM Ranchi and FISAT Business School, had launched a first of its kind scientific survey on work-life balance and work-family conflict in the Indian banking sector. This unique research, led by eminent academicians Dr. Rajasekhar David, IIM Ranchi, and Dr. Elizabeth Jor, FISAT, was open to all employees, clerical officers and executives. The insights will form a strong evidence base for our future negotiations and for building a healthier, employee-friendly workplace across the industry. The survey was thoughtfully developed under the guidance of Comrade Sachin Jacobo, the President of FBOA. The past 2 years have been incredibly significant for our organization, marked by a series of important milestones. One of the key achievements was the wage revision for officers, which not only recognized their hard work but also aimed to enhance their financial well-being. we successfully restored bilateralism within our bank, fostering a collaborative and balanced relationship between management and officers. We reached an internal settlement with management that promises to improve the working conditions for our officers, reflecting our commitment to their welfare. Perhaps most notably, we celebrated several historic court judgments that affirmed our rights and strengthened our position within the industry. These remarkable developments were made possible through the relentless perseverance and unwavering determination we demonstrated over the past 4 years, both in the field and in legal battles. Our collective efforts have made a truly significant difference, paving the way for a brighter future for our members. The salary revision for officers, 9th joint note. Second point is restored the bilateralism. I am not going through the detail. Internal settlement signed. These are the photos of wage revision settlement and the internal settlement. All the executive committee members were present while signing the settlement. And the journey towards the settlement, the mighty journey towards our settlement from point 34. This is the data, historic data from July 2021. We have submitted the charter demands, and October 21, new committee assumed office and first meeting with the management. November, first executive committee meeting conducted at FBOA and Alua. December, comrades took part in the All India Bank strike on 16th and 7th December against privatization of public sector banks. Again in December, discussion on the charter demands started. Then April, after a gap of 4 months, management came up with an outlandish demand that FBOA should not go on any strike called by our mighty parent organization, IBOC. Then in May 2022, we have submitted a letter to the MD and CEO. And in June, protest dharna against the physical attack on our officer. It was at Chennai. And in July, FBOA has decided to intensify the agitation by declaring the withdrawal of extra corporation. And in August, Black Day was observed. And a stay order, August 12, a stay order for strike held on August 12, 2022. Lightning protest dharna in Alua against the stay order and the activities by the management. Again in August, evening protest dharna held at Trivandrum Zonal Office by FBOA on 23rd August 2022 against harassment. And a protest against the late sitting in credit administration departments. And in September, historic massive protest convention at Alua on September 21, 2022. With a massive participation of more than nearly 1,500 officers from all over the country. December 2022, unilateral implementation of improvements in allowances and benevolence by the management. And immediately we have observed a betrayal day on December 1, 2022. Thereafter, we have announced 100 days of agitational programs at different centers. Then the non-implementation of internal charter demands, AIBOC Kerala State Secretary intervened. He wrote a letter to our MD and CEO. This is on page number 35. Coming to page number 36, we have submitted in February 2023, submitted a memorandum to MD and CEO. Again in February, protest dharna in front of the zonal office in Calcutta to stop harassment against lady officers, to take action against the miscreants. No programs and meetings beyond office hours, protect federal culture. In March 2023, protest march from Mukana to Alua that wrote history. That was a novel protest staged at the Federal Bank. Protest march was organized by FBOA to voice objections to the management's anti-trade union policies and unsuitable practice in general. In April 2023, voice against operational issues. Again in April, anger over vindictive transfer orders and denial of promotions. May 2023, notice for All India Federal Bank strike on 26 June 2023. September 2023, IBU Central Committee issued, Comrade Robin Roy issued a letter to MD and CEO. And October 2023, new committee assumed the office. August 2023-24, a protest demonstration at Ernakulam. August 24, again a letter to the MD and CEO to resolve the issues. And September 2024, protest against operational issue, this is Pragriti related issues. September again, demonstration. A demonstration was conducted at New Delhi that rocks the New Delhi zonal office and protest against unethical campaigns, leave denial and late sitting. And the September 2024 again, fight for improving working conditions. A circular with the quoting the tragic demise of Anna Sebastian was issued when deadlines and death collide. In November 2024, we have a first meeting with our MD, new MD, CEO, Sri KVS Manian. President, General Secretary and Jenny met new MD. And after that, several discussions were held from January to May. And finally, in May 2025, we have signed the internal settlement after a gap of 4 years. Now coming to page 40, the minutes of the discussion held between the representatives of the management of the Federal Bank and that of Federal Bank Officers Association. All the details are given from page 40, the improvements in allowances and other areas, whatever we have represented, our views, association views and the management view, all are mentioned up to page number 45. I am not going through in detail. And another point, that is the legal battle that played a crucial role in shaping our internal system. As mentioned by all the speakers in the inaugural session, the legal battles played a vital role to make the settlement happen. That is starting from July 2022, the stay order for strike was given. And from there, another stay order for the strike called by UFBU. In June 2023, historic court order passed by the Honorable High Court Kerala to initiate mediation. That was the first kind of order favoring a trade union in our bank to initiate a mediation with other retired judges and other advocates. And in June 23, we have started a fund collection for litigation. That was kicked off, very good response from our members. And in October 2023, judgment in the Court of Additional District Judge, North Parvur by Sri Mujib Rahman, Additional District Judge. That was another historic judgment that there was an order which restricted the association from holding any meeting, demonstration, dharna, erecting of tents, from displaying posters, banner and shouting slogans within the radius of 200 meters from the premises of the head office and nearby branches of the head office of the bank. The association filed an appeal and that clause, 200-meter radius, was removed. That was the judgment. And in November 2024, another valid appearance by Senior Counsel Sri Chidambaram, represented the Federal Bank Officers Association at the Honorable High Court in Kochi. And in March 2025, landmark judgment in the High Court of Kerala Ernakulam by the Honorable Justice Mr. N. Nagesh. The judgment has clarified that Regional Labour Commissioner does not possess the jurisdiction to initiate conciliation meetings with the association. Consequently, this decision will limit management's ability to approach the High Court for a stay order based on the Regional Commissioner's conciliation proceedings. Page number 47, the various important circulars and messages, that a total of 58 circulars were issued, and these are the main one, only the headlines. Circle number 7, massive protest demonstration Kottayam. Circle number 8, towards 1,000 more membership in FBOA Welfare Fund and Education Society. National Protest Day on February 5. PLI, not PLI, it is BLI, Butter Linked Incentive Scheme. Rage over reviews and other issues. Tax on perquisites. Letter to the MD and CEO. Review or revenge. The zonal head is not Mr. Alan Peace, the body language expert. and Wayanad's landslides, the way forward, Smile Pay versus Prakriti Pain, and circle number 29, tragic demise of Anna Sebastian when deadlines and death collide, fight for improving working conditions. Circle number 31, meeting with new MD and CEO Sri KVS Manian. 34, gold loan imbroglio. Circle number 36, accelerated by the ex gratia to pensioners. Circle number 46, stop threats. Your ratings do not define your destiny. The stance of FBOA is loud and clear. Circle number 53, free the officers, CBS, CAD, ASD and support divisions also require support. And short messages were disseminated through the FBOA WhatsApp channel and multiple groups. These brief communications were strategically crafted to be direct and impactful, ensuring the conveyance of pertinent information in a timely manner. By emphasizing relevance and actionable outcomes, these interactions fostered a cohesive sense of purpose and collaboration among the members of FBOA. Some of the messages are given here. That is, in November 2023, we have sent a message, shared a message that the Blue Brigade game related to the excessive pressure by the regional heads to participate in the campaign, RD related campaign, that is Blue Brigade or Blue Whale game. That was the message. The second one was desperate deputation related to the R&R meeting or whatever meeting organized the bank. Majority of officers and employees are deputed from the branches to attend those functions affecting the customer service at the branch. And on 17/5/2025, page number 49, there is a message regarding the atrocities of a regional head at Coimbatore. Business and barbarism won't float together. That was the message delivered. And the recent messages includes the 23rd September, working on holidays. We are not just cogs in a machine. We are human beings with lives outside of work. The message was given on 23rd/9. And the boycott, the Puja holidays, you sent a message to boycott 24/9/2025. FBA calls for a protest and boycott of any official activity, including cash replenishment in ATM during a hard and onward. On the same time, 29th, we sent a message to work with the minimum. We have supported the bank by allowing some of our officers to attend the office on September 30th, considering the situation in non-performing assets. That message also we have sent. Coming to page number 50, the membership. These 2 years was our membership was improved very much by the effort taken by the regional secretaries. Thanks to them, for the zonal secretaries and executive committee members, we successfully added 1,376 new members to the association for the last 2 years. Thank you. But there are promotion and resignation and retirements. That all makes the deletions, number of deletions to 5 to 8, and now the current membership total is 5,791. Reaching out to the membership. This is the area we have to focus on. The implementation of the activities and action programs were executed by the committee through the regional cluster meetings. We could conduct up to 4 rounds of regional meetings in most of the regions. Coaching classes for promotion aspirants, coaching class for JAB and CAB, and the payment of ex gratia to the retirees, and the Wayanad landslides. Wayanad landslide, page number 50. Regarding this Wayanad landslide, FBOA initiated a call for voluntary contributions, and we got a garnering an overwhelming response from the members. A total of 10.30 lakhs was collected, and on March 29, 2025, an amount of 15 lakhs was dispersed to Mr. Abhijit, our young federal, which included a contribution of 4.7 lakhs from the FBOA. Page number 51. And page number 51, FBOA Welfare Fund. The status of FBOA Welfare Fund, we have that was established in 1980 1980. And this was the amount and details we have given. This is eligible to FBOA members only. One-time premium, 10 lakhs for accidental death and 5 lakhs for normal death. Currently, the membership is only 1981 only. That we need improvement in the coming years. We have 5,791 members. This is the area, another area we have to focus on. FBA guest houses, that is another one. That is more Chennai. We have renovated the Chennai guest very well, going on well. And the other guest houses, Alva and Trivandrum, Munnar, is still need some more changes that we are in discussing with the agency that they are maintaining the Munnar guest house. FBOA housing projects, that is the initiative. FBOA family meets, wonderfully conducted the family meets, and FBOA diary, we have received dispatch on time. And the inaugural edition of Federal Beats, the digital newsletter, that was the new initiative by FBOA, this committee, and behind them I congratulate all behind the committee members for that. Inaugural edition of Federal Beats, our new digital newsletter, was launched in July. This newsletter is designed to serve as a vital resource for our officers, providing them with the latest updates on our initiatives, notable achievements, and the challenges we face on our journey. FBA Educational Awards, that was given the last year. FBA Office Staff and Accounts. Accounts, the audited statement of accounts and balance sheet for the biennial ending March 31, 2025 is annexed with this report, and that our treasurer will separately present before you. The FBOA Education Society. FBOA Education Society is the initiative of Federal Bank Officers Association, FBOA. The society was established in 2000 in the Kottayam Conference, and engineering college was established in 2002, FISAT, Federal Institute of Science and Technology at Hormis Nagar, Mukanur. The managing committee members of the society is given here. Our president, FBO's president, general secretary, and treasurer will be the secretary, president, and treasurer of Education Society also. In the recent years, Federal Institute of Science and Technology has set major milestones during the year 2024 and 25. That is in page number 53, the major achievements and activities during the period. That FISAT is conferred with the autonomous status by the University Grants Commission, and the all-time record for BTech admission, that 849 students were admitted in all programs, 100% admission in all programs, that is 7 BTech courses, MBA, MCA, and integrated MCA courses. And the labs, international labs, 7 international labs are started, that we have started, and another AICT ID lab also started at the campus. These are the brief about FISAT. Now coming to the election, FBO election 2025, new executive committee. As per the provisions contained in the bylaws, rule number 25 election was announced at its meeting held on August 5, 2020, and appointed election commission, Comrade Jerin Phillips, Senior Manager, IT and AI New Initiatives. Comrade Vinin Manuel, Senior Manager, HOIT Solution Delivery and Internal. Comrade Noble Taji, Manager, HO Corporate Planning Department, as Assistant Electoral Officers for the FBO election 2025-25. And the voting was concluded on September 19, 2025. Counting of the vote was done in the election module digitally, and the results were announced in the Executive Committee meeting held on September 20, 2025 at FBO Center, Alva. And the voting, percentage of voting was improved from the last year. It was 82 in the last year. Now the percentage of polling was 83.58%. The enthusiasm and response of our members in the election process once again manifested the faith of its members in the democratic functioning of our association. And the leaders and other contestants, all the details, the winners, and the vote share is listed in page number 53 and 54. And coming to the last page of the report, General Secretary's report accounts, apart from accounts and resolutions and bylaw amendments. Future tasks: ensuring the protection of banks' identity and safeguarding the interest of its officers. Second, advancing the quality of the work environment of our officers. 3, improvement in the service conditions of the officers. 4, strengthening the organization and enhancing its operational efficiency. 5, promote the active involvement of women and young officers in the activities of our organization. 6, active participation of our association in the community development projects and social service activities. 7, enhances the support and services to retirees. Acknowledgements. Dear comrades, before I conclude the report, it is only appropriate to place on record my deep sense of gratitude to the people who supported me in discharging my duties effectively. At the outset, I acknowledge my sincere thanks to the Executive Committee for the great support extended to me in carrying out the functioning of the association. I sincerely thank President Sachin Jagapal, who with his matured approach headed the organization and extended unstinted support. Especially thank Janif J. Kachapalli, Treasurer, for preparing the accounts in a timely manner which form part of this report. Heartfelt thanks to Shashi P.R., Deputy Secretary, for organizing the regional meetings actively. I gratefully acknowledge the service of our staff, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Mr. Sandeep T.S., Mr. Sudarsanan J., Mr. Sanish K.S., Mr. Jose K.K., and thank them for the dedicated work and special contribution in keeping our association office very active. I am greatly indebted to the national and state leaders of our parent association, IBOC, for all their support, and partners to FBOA and all its activities. I express my respect and gratitude to the veteran leaders of BRF who have extended all the support. Conclusion. The 36th National Conference of our association is being held at an important time in the history of our association and trade unions in the country. The ideas and decisions emanating from the deliberations taking place here will play an important role in shaping the destiny of our institution and the future of thousands of officers working in this bank. The time demands wisdom, commitment, and dedication from all of us to confront the ongoing challenges before us. Let us take a solemn pledge to stand together unitedly and march forward to victory. I will be failing in my duty if I don't remember those sincere and militant members of FBOA across the country who have been a great source of inspiration and guiding force in the discharge of the great responsibilities entrusted to me by the association as its General Secretary with a renewed mandate for another term. I am thankful to all of them. Together, we can continue to strengthen our organization and achieve our mission. I present this report for your consideration and adoption. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Secretary, for the General Secretary report that is submitted for the consideration and adoption. Next is accounts to be presented by Comrade Janif J. Kachapalli.
Good afternoon, comrades. The accounts of Federal Bank Officers Association as on 31st March 25, audited by Messrs. Bal and Company Chartered Accounts, is placed before this annual general body. A statement of assets and liabilities as on 31st March 25, liabilities, amount of general fund 4 crore 20 lakh 39,904.67, audit fee payable 14,750, total 4 crore 20 lakh 54,654.67. Assets, cash in hand 17,578.35, fixed deposits and cash certificates 1 crore 7 lakh 31,963.22, securities, shares and mutual funds 44 lakh 89,179.35, FBOA Education Society 53 lakh 11,216.50, land 6,87,531, building after depreciation 1 crore 43 lakh 75,622. Furniture 2 lakh 60,907. Computer 1 lakh 49,286. Scooter 8,520. Television 13,505. Water purifier 12,800. Mobile phone 7,200. Other assets, and the total come to received from levy account 46 lakh 13,140.65. Total assets 4 crore 20 lakh 54,654.67. General fund for the year 1st April 23 to 31st March 25, income and expenditure statement. Balance at the beginning of the period 4 crore 43 lakh 12,137.17. Subscription received from the members 3 crore 29 lakh 77,050. Bank interest 9 lakh 30,692. Share dividend 5 lakh 99,960. Income from miscellaneous sources 13 lakh 25,886. Litigation fund from levy account 43 lakh 3,832. Wynad relief fund from levy account 10 lakh 27,808.65. JAB coaching class fee from levy account 3 lakh 41,500. That is the income, total income 8 crore 58 lakh 58,865.82. Expenditure, salaries, allowances and expenses of establishment 74 lakh 6,029. Audit fee 14,750. Legal expenses 1 crore 4 lakh 86,543. Funeral, social and religious expense 16,900. Stationery, printing and postage 19 lakh 60,088. Other expenses including a depreciation comes to 2 crore 39 lakh 34,651.15. Balance of general fund at the end of the period 4 crore 20 lakh 39,904.67. FBOA Welfare Fund statement of assets and liabilities as on 31st March 25. Amount of welfare fund 2 crore 13 lakh 20,016.78. Bank balance 9 lakh 21,914.78 in savings accounts. Fixed deposits and cash certificates 1 crore 98 lakh 98,102. Investments 5 lakh. Total assets 2 crore 13 lakh 20,016.78. Income and expenditure account for the period 1st April 23 to 31st March 25 of FBOA Welfare Fund. Balance at the beginning of the year 2 crore 21 lakh 79,150.78. Subscription received 13 lakh 8,446. Interest received on FT 26 lakh 2,916. Interest received on SB 4,130. Total income 2 crore 60 lakh 94,642.78. Expenditure, death benefit disbursed 20 lakh 20,000. Insurance charge premium 6 lakh 50,900. Refund on retirement 17 lakh 62,800. TDS 3 lakh 40,926. Balance of welfare fund at the end of the year 2 crore 13 lakh 20,016.78. FBO levy account as on 31st March 25. Balance at the beginning of the period 92 lakh 60,431.64. Levy on salary ideas 1 crore 6 lakh 11,100. Interest received on FT 20 lakh 34,428. Interest on savings account 420. Legal fund 43 lakh 43,832. JAB coaching fee 3 lakh 41,500. Wynad relief fund 10 lakh 27,808.65. Total 2 crore 76 lakh 19,520.29. Bank account at a branch Athani 4 lakh 33,837.29. Alu RSS 18,185. Fixed deposits 2 crore 57 lakh 9,216. TDS 3 lakh 58,277. Amount transferred to general fund levy 1 lakh, Wayanad relief 10 lakh, bank charges 5. Statement of Social Security Pool account as on 31st March 25. Balance brought forward 11,84,307. Interest on FD 98,163. Payable to FBOA General Fund 31,000. Bank account 7,76,470. Received from members 5,37,000. Total 13,13,470. This pool account we are not using now. Actually, thank you. This is placed before this general conference.
Thank you, comrade. Accounts for the 2 financial year from 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2025 submitted for your approval. Here 2 more sections are there. Like a resolution and a bylaw amendments will be there. Between delegate section, papers are already handed over. This opportunity is for the FBOA members who are not in executive committee. They are having this opportunity to express their views, queries, questions about the general things and on GS report, accounts, the upcoming resolution, bylaw amendment. So please use this opportunity. Opportunity for all the FBOA members. Next is submission of resolution. I invite Comrade Shashi PR, Deputy General Secretary FBOA, for the submission of resolution.
Good afternoon. I am presenting before you the resolutions of the 36th National Conference of FBOA held in Kozhikode on 11th October 2025. Resolution number 1 on nationalization of private sector banks. The old generation private sector banks has been performing exceptionally well along with the public sector banks even during the crisis period. There is a need to enhance the capabilities of these banks and enable them to continue functioning at par with public sector banks in all respects through their nationalization. The old generation of private sector banks function on the lines of public sector banks, implementing the various social welfare policies and programs on the government. Hence, all private sector banks must be nationalized so that the interests of common citizens, customers are well taken care of by the government and the economy is richly benefited. The 36th National Conference of the Federal Bank Officers Association held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 therefore resolves that the central government and the Reserve Bank of India should initiate necessary steps to nationalize all existing private sector banks so that long pending demand of the country's proposed people is met. Resolution number 2 on privatization of banks, insurance and national assets. The 36th National Conference of the Association held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 demands that the Niti Aayog and Finance Ministry relook at all disinvestment programs and build more national assets to strengthen the public sector. Resolution number 3 on attempts for deunionization and attacks on trade union in banks. Trade unions in our country have grown to the present day stature owing to the long drawn out struggles and hard work put in by thousands of officers working in the banking industry for decades. Overt and covert attempts are being made by the bank managements, especially in private sector banks, to weaken the trade unions to facilitate the unhindered implementation of the anti-people and exploitative business agenda, where the focus is solely on quick profits and maximization of the income of the people at the top, who are migratory birds to various banking institutions. The move of the management to deunionize and dissuade the members from active participation in trade union activities is aimed at reducing our bargaining power and marginalizing our trade union rights. The attempts staged by the managements in old generation private sector banks and public sector banks are clear examples of the naked violation of the trade union rights of officers of banks. We deplore that the actions of federal bank management in approaching courts against the legitimate strike calls of the association, driven by their over-enthusiasm to defeat the strikes and struggles of officers. the 36th National Conference of the Association held at Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 resolves to condemn any attempt at deunionization and attack on trade union rights. Resolution number 4 on our demand to introduce regulated working hours and a 5-day work week in banks. The 36th National Conference of FBOA held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 expresses its grave concern over the lack of defined working hours for officers working in the banking industry. The lack of regulated working hours implies that the bank officers are on duty around the clock. The situation is truly inhumane and enables of management to impose unbearable pressures and tyranny on the A+ officers. Officers are denied comfortable leisure time with their families because of the lack of defined working hours. 36th National Conference of FBOA held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 therefore demands that the government and IBA adopt immediate measures to address the problem and establish well-defined and regulated working hours for bank officers in line with the system prevailing in other industries and establishments of a similar nature. The conference also urges the Union Government and Reserve Bank of India to introduce 5-day work week in the banking industry fully at the earliest, as it is the practice in other major industries of the country. Resolution number 5, stop outsourcing and contract labor in the banking sector. The 36th National Conference of the Association held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 hereby demands that outsourcing and contract appointments be discontinued and stopped immediately in the banking sector in the best interest of the institutions. On income tax on salaries and perquisites. Salaries and allowances of bank employees are revised, and after prolonged agitation, struggles and protracted negotiations, still bank employees are not adequately compensated considering the quantum and nature of their work when compared to similar government offices. The escalation in the cost of living, rising prices of essential goods and rental costs for accommodation, among other factors, are not commensurate with the salary packages of officers and have resulted in the erosion of real wages. The HRA and CCR are fixed once on the occasion of a wage revision every 5 years. To make matters worse, a significant portion of the salary increase used to meet the tax liability, thereby reducing the take-home pay. In this background, it is only fair to the management to cushion the income tax liability arising from the salary increase and perquisites. Different courts and tribunals have held that DA, CCA and HRA are not covered by the definition of income from salaries under the income tax laws. Even facilities such as concessional rate of interest, encashment of leave, conveyance of allowance, medical expense reimbursement and leased accommodation are brought within the tax net. 36th National Conference of the Association held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 urges the government to take necessary steps to reduce the perquisite tax burden on the salaried class. Resolution number 7 on our persistent demand for the updation of basic pension and family pension. The 36th National Conference FBOA held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 demands that the Union Government and IBA to implement the periodic updation of the pension for bank officers and employees at par with the regulations available to retired central government employees. Resolution number 8, demand for resolving other issues of bank retirees. 36th National Conference of the Association held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 demands that the government and IBA should resolve genuine issues such as higher medical insurance premiums and the absence of a second option for pension after CRS or resignation and the reckoning of special allowance as per the 10th bipartite agreement for the calculation of gratuity and pension. Resolution number 9 on acute staff shortage and the unbearable workload. 36th National Conference of FBOA urges Federal Bank management to resolve the issues of staff shortage by recruiting as many people as required without any further delay. Resolution number 10 on our demand to stop excessive campaigns and R&R meetings and online meetings, undue pressure harassment, introduction of unrealistic individual performance scorecard. 36th National Conference of FBOA urges Federal Bank management to stop excessive campaigns, online meetings, R&R meetings, undue pressure and harassment in the name of business, introduction of unrealistic individual performance scorecard. Resolution number 11 demanding return transfer policy of officers and strict adherence to the laid down norms. 36th National Conference of the Association held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 demands that the Federal Bank management develop a well-defined transfer policy for officers. Resolution number 12, demand for participation in management. The 36th National Conference of the Association held in Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 urges the management of Federal Bank to be guided by the directions of High Court of the land, which rules that the officers represent the genuine interest in the institution and that there cannot be any management policy contrary to the genuine interest. Representation of officers in the management of the bank will ensure continuity and consistency in the style and culture of management and provide representation for the officers nominees of the on the board of directors of the bank as in the practice in the industry. Resolution number 13, appointment of auditors. The 36th National Conference of the Association held at Kozhikode on October 11, 2025 hereby resolves to appoint Mrs. Balan and Company Chartered Accountants, Bank Road, Aluva as our statutory auditors for the next biennial period 2025-2027. I am presenting these resolutions before this August body to consideration and approval. Thank you.
Resolutions are submitted for the members. Between the delegate section will happen after the next agenda, that is bylaw amendment. I request Comrade Anup Krishnan, Deputy General Secretary, for submitting the bylaw amendments. Delegate sectionulla slips ഒന്ന് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യോ?
Good afternoon, comrades. Our General Secretary in his report has already pointed out the need to promote the active involvement of women and young officers in the activities of our organization. So I am herewith presenting the bylaw amendment for your kind perusal, to consideration and to approval if it is thought fit. So the proposed amendment it is given in the page number 71. So first of all, I will go through the rationale behind the amendment. There's a change in the demographics of the bank, and we feel that there is no vacancies to be identified and to be filled. The bank is growing, and so is our association. And our membership has almost crossed 5,700 plus, and so we have identified the need to add more people to the leadership. So the proposed amendment is clause number 14B, Executive Committee. The Executive Committee shall include President, 3 elected Vice Presidents, and 1 additional Vice President nominated by the Executive Committee at its discretion. If it finds that a network geography is not represented by an office bearer, the General Secretary, 3 Deputy General Secretaries, and 1 additional Deputy General Secretary nominated by the Executive Committee at its discretion. If it finds that a network geography is not represented by an office bearer, 10 Sona Secretaries, the Treasurer, Assistant Secretary, Assistant Treasurer, 13 of other members elected as such, 5 additional members nominated by the Executive Committee at its discretion, in which 4 members from a network geography, if that network geography is not represented by an Executive Committee member, and another one under 35 years of age as on the date of co-option, and the immediate past General Secretary, if he is not otherwise represented in the committee. If he is already represented, this vacancy shall be filled in by co-option by the Executive Committee. Out of the said 13 other members, 3 shall be women who are otherwise eligible to be elected to the Executive Committee, for which election should be conducted separately. The membership of the Executive Committee shall be increased if more zonal secretaries are selected or nominated on creation of more zones. The membership of the Executive Committee shall be 42, including President, 3 Vice Presidents, 1 additional Vice President nominated by the Executive Committee, the General Secretary, 3 Deputy General Secretaries, 1 additional Deputy General Secretary nominated by the Executive Committee, 10 Sona Secretaries, the Treasurer, Assistant Secretary, Assistant Treasurer, 13 other members elected as such, 5 additional members nominated by the Executive Committee at its discretion, and the immediate past General Secretary if he is not otherwise represented in the committee. If he is already represented, this vacancy shall be filled in by co-option by the Executive Committee. After the said 13 other members, 3 shall be women officers who are otherwise eligible to be elected to the Executive Committee, for which election should be conducted separately. The membership of the Executive Committee shall be increased if more zone secretaries are selected or nominated on creation of more zones. I am herewith submitting this proposal for your kind perusal and to consideration and for approving if thought fit.
Bylaw amendment submitted for the discussion and approval. Next section is the delegate section. Those who wish to speak or express their queries and concerns, the slips are already handed out to you. You can write down the name, PF number, and can hand over to the volunteers in the crowd. All will be called in order. And after completion of the delegate section, General Secretary will reply to the queries raised and suggestions raised. Pramod Joy.
Already announced an executive committee, National Executive Committee on October 29 and 30th at Guwahati. So I am sure that the leadership will take suitable decisions, whatever weapons we have to counter or to get it done, the Federal Bank get it done, that they will decide. So we have to wait further. You know, we have waited a long, but this is the way of trade union. Sometimes we have to wait for more. We are not terrorists to take a gun and shot the DFS or whatever the authorities. We have to move on. So this is the status of 5-day banking. And another one, that is Sandeep Shinde. Regional festivals to be celebrated and some recreation activities may help to build strong bondings between officers. And the suggestion number 2 is quarterly meetings to brief our rights and benefits to join FBOA as well as responsibilities of officers. Well, thank you. Sandeep Shinde is not here, I think. Regional festivals. It is not regional festival. We are conducting family meet and sports meets. That was the practice regularly, but because of some in organizational level issues or our busy schedule, it was not conducted. Not in all regions, but in some regions, Kottayam, Kozhikode, etc. And in Kolkata also, family meetings and sports meet were conducted. And this 2 years, we are very much focused to continue with those celebration, family meets and sports meets and other some type of manner to interact with the members, to engage also. You know, the workforce is less than 35 years of age. And that is the beginning. Just yesterday, what we have done here, that was a DJ and bike rally, Ride with Pride. That is the beginning of how to move ahead in the next 2 years. The time of our youngsters to join or interact with the leaders, or how we can go ahead as a single unit, that's very important. So, sure, we will conduct a lot of activities in the coming 2 years, including the meeting. Quarterly meeting is already mentioned in our bylaw. At least, at least once in 6 months, we have to conduct one regional meeting. That also we will improve. Next question was why FBOA is not expanding guest houses in other parts of India other than Kerala. Guest houses are a symbolic representation of strong union presence and can attract young officers. That is from Nagnath, here, Pune. Also true, this already we have discussed with some partners because it is not easy to maintain our guest house all over. Very difficult. We know why Munnar guest house is still it is not in a condition to use for the last 3 years. Because the party who is engaged in it is not cleaning or not allocating it regularly. We cannot post one of our officer or one employee there everywhere. So it is very difficult to maintain the guest house. But we are trying to have partnership with the other parties like Make My Trip or some major parties so that we will get a discount in these guest houses at hotel and resorts. That also in our pipeline. And another one is Sharath K, CCSC Tirupur. Is it viable to set up new scholarship under FBOA ES? Sorry, no, new school or tie up with a reputed school chain to reduce education cost of officers. Conducting an engineering college, it is also very, very difficult. I don't Anyway, if someone is ready to come with ideas to tie up, we can think about it really in your areas. You come with new ideas, we can discuss in the committee and we can take the decision. Okay. And next one is Nandakumar Joshi. Yeah, much pressure. That I will come to the targets business. Okay, too much campaigns. That I will come to that points. Arun Shankar. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now coming to the other questions by the members, Pramod Joy, regarding internal settlement, cost of spectacles and domicile claim, that is including in HRMS. Then retirees medical insurance, FIDA banking, okay. Regulated working hours, lunch hour, individual scorecard, R&R, Palada, yeah, FISAT, fee concession, etc. So these points, majority of the points are covered in our internal settlement, but it is not, some are not implemented. This domiciliary claim, that is all, we had agreed with team HR, so they will include the opportunity or include the option in HRMS to claim the HR domicile medical ground. And cost of spectacles, that was our part of settlement, that is not approved now. But with that we will keep pending. In the next time of internal settlement, we can go with our, give pressure to implement that also. And welfare scheme, FBOA's welfare scheme, already we have the amount is 10 lakhs for accidental death and normal death is 5 lakh. This was changed 5 years back, right? 2021, last change. It was 4 lakh to 5 lakh. Anyway, if we can improve the number of members, now we have only 1,981 members in our welfare scheme. If we can improve in the next 2 years, if we can additionally add 1,000 more members in the next 2 years, definitely we can improve the coverage amount from 10 lakhs to 20, something like that. We have to decide on that because it is a very good option that we are giving with a nominal amount of money without any medical checkup, and that the premium or whatever first time amount we are paying, that we are giving back while on retirement or resignation. So that we have to improve, sure. And the retirees medical insurance. 2 days back, the government, our management already released a circular that 70% of the premium, basic life insurance premium will be borne by our bank. This our bank is, that is number one in that category and the first bank to announce that medical scheme for the retirees immediately after revision. So that is going on. And the business regulatory working hours, you know, the work pressure and extended working hours, it is every there. Yesterday we visit CAD, Kozhikode CAD, and other departments also, CVS, CRCH, everywhere, not in branches alone. These issues there, I will come to all those points, internal issues later. Let's cover, yeah. Now, Arun Shankar about rental ceiling. Rental ceiling was not part of the recent internal settlement because it was revised in the last year only, just nearly 1.5 years back. So we mentioned about the management, so they told that we can discuss after 2 years. So in the next May 2026, before that we will have a discussion on rental ceiling increase, enhancement. And the dental treatment also, that is under discussion with the management. We have mentioned that family to be included. And the operational issues, operation is a big problem. Recently also that we have mentioned about account opening, as mentioned by Arun Shankar. Big problem, and I am in operational department, so I am keep in touch with the operational head every time, and I ask him whether you got any additional staff or not. But they haven't received any additional staff, even though the number of account opening are skyrocketed. But they are managing by working on Saturday or holiday. But that is not the correct solution. That also we have mentioned. If the bank want business, then bank has to identify the resources, not the association or not by the existing association to do overnight work. That is our clear message. Anyway, we will repeat or raise these issues again and again. And even if you have to take the hard solution to stop such a practice or to improve, then we will come forward with such type of activities, whatever available with the association. And Agil Prasanaya, R and deputation and incentive structure for certified examinations, excessive campaigns. These all are recently cropping up with more campaigns or palada R&R meetings, etc. But you know, we have intervened in all the situations. We got so many calls from different branches from where these deputations are arranged. In one branch, all the 6 employees were deputed to attend this R&R meeting or palada meeting, whatever, celebration. And immediately we are talking with the HR head and zonal head and telling that this is not right. Now what the management is doing, management is saying that then we can conduct on holidays. If you don't want to disturb the officers or employees at the branch on working day, then we can conduct on holidays. So we told that is not at all acceptable, working on holidays or celebrating on holidays for conducting the achievement or campaigns, that is just not possible. So management is saying what is the solution? We told whatever be the solution, this has to be limited. You can start with the time from 4, end by 6 maximum, then leave. Instead of starting from 2 p.m., ending with 9 p.m., and making it difficult for the customers and other officers or the other employees at the bank, that is not a practical solution. Anyway, they have started to curtail down the hours of spending celebration, at least from 3:30. In some zones, they have started to celebrate from 3:30, and in some zones, they have splitted. Instead of calling all officers from a zone, they have splitted into 2 or 3 programs, so that at least they are managing. But still, we are facing the issues. Anyway, please inform us wherever such issues are happening. Again and again, we have to take up the management. Then only, finally, ultimately, we will have a solution. You know how many messages we have sent for this deputation, desperate deputation, version 3, version 2, version 1, and Palada. Palada is sweet, but something we have saw like that mentioned. Anyway, this will be a continuous process. There will not be end. That also we know. There is work pressure, campaigns, login days, etc. There will not be end, because that is the attitude of the management, but we have to resist. And that resistance should come from all of us, not from the committee or the members alone. But what the role of the members, as the role of members is to inform us then and there. If you are getting a message from the executive to conduct a meeting from 4:30 to 6:30, okay. But if it is from 5:30 to 7:30, you have to inform us. You know how many times the last committee had intervened in such cases, and all of the meetings were cancelled, or all of the meetings that will be postponed to next day. So particularly, I am saying to the network 2 officers sitting here, particularly in your region or area, if some meetings are held after office hours, starting from 5:30 to 7 or 9, please message or contact your own secretary, regional secretary, so that we can stop that practice. Otherwise, if you are thinking that this is a practice, then it will be a practice. There is no need to be afraid. This is the word of association, not my word. Okay? Please do, and please educate your other members also. And as Madam mentioned, and the Madam, so many issues mentioned, the attitude of zonal head and targeting the officers in the meetings and complaints related issues and WhatsApp groups. So many WhatsApp, these added members to so many WhatsApp groups was created. So all these issues, if you are getting a complaint from a member, in Ernakulam zone, we got a complaint from a member, not a complaint. We came to know that one officer cried in the review meeting. So we directly met the zonal head and asked, why you are making others cry in the review meeting? That was our first question, and we have discussed a lot. And after 1 month, there was a meeting. And in that meeting, that member called us. And she was very much happy. Before that, in the first meeting, what she told was, I am going to resign from the job. But after the second meeting, now she is happy, and he is telling that she will continue in the bank. So, comrades, once again I am mentioning that we have a power. FBOA has a power. That all we have to understand. We are not against the bank, but against the policies or the atrocities of the management. That we have to say. But then and there we have to stop that. If only that is possible, only with your intervention. Yesterday we got a message that ABA check is going on related to Kisan credit card, right? Yesterday there was an ABA. And people were ready to come here from Kottayam and Thiruvananthapuram, and I got a call from our committee members itself. So I called the department, they have bypassed it. So that power also we have. Anyway, these are the major issues. Work pressure. Okay. And one more thing, one more question I got is, yeah, Sujay from Metupalayam. Does recruitment of associate officers will become a threat to FBOA and FBOA? This is a relevant question. We have to be very careful in this. Associate officers is a new role created by the bank. They are not associate and they are not officers. Their salary is nearly 25 to 30. So this is below the clerical level. And now the bank management is saying that they will be posted in sales area only, and they don't have any role or access to Finacle, etc. Only for sales. Okay. But we are watching it with carefully. As mentioned rightly in the morning session by our State Secretary and National President, this will be a threat if we are losing our attention to this associate officer's role. We know we had the FEDSER was implemented earlier. That is going on in another way. It's part of outsource, even though it is not affected our roles, because we have our work assignments are tripled or quadrupled. That is why we are not giving attention to the role of FEDSER. That much work pressure we have. But that may change if the number of now it's already 100 associate officers are recruited. But if their number increases, that will be really a threat to all of us. Anyway, execution will take stand against such policies. Always we are against such policies, and we will check what are the or what we can do to resist such type of actions from the management. So these are the general issues we have mentioned. Thank you very much for this type of issues you have delegated. These are the platform to move ahead with vigorous or more energy in the next 2 years. So the plan for the new executive committee or the roles as mentioned in the future tasks in my General Secretary's report, it's a very crucial role to rebuild the association by the active participants association by involvement of women and young officers in the activities of our association. As the bylaw proposed amendment proposed by our Deputy General Secretary Anup Krishnan, the role of young officers and women is very crucial. That is why we have suggested to improve the participation from different parts of the country by enhancing the number of executive committee members. And one is under the age of 35 and one is woman. So I request everybody support to pass the General Secretary's report and other proposed resolutions and bylaw amendments. Thank you, comrades. Thank you very much.
General Secretary report, accounts, resolution and bylaw are submitted for the approval. If everybody is okay, please clap and pass the things. Thank you. Now our next newly elected committee installation ceremony. I am handing over the mic to Comrade Praveen Kumar KP, General Convener, National Conference Calicut. Thank you.
Dear members, next we have the last and final but the most important function of this 36th All India Biennial Conference of Federal Bank Officers Association, that is the installation of new executive committee. The installation of new executive committee, Federal Bank Officers Association successfully completed the democratic election process for new executive committee for the period of 2025-27. The voting was concluded on September 19, 2025. The counting of votes was done in the executive committee meeting held on September 20, 2025 at FBOA Central Office, Alway. There was amazing percentage of 83.58% of polling. The following members have been elected to the new executive committee. Let me call upon the names and posts they have won. I request them to come on to the stage when I call their names. Sachin Jacob Paul, President. Because of medical reasons, he was absent here. Next, Shimit PR, General Secretary. Please come. Janib J. Kachipalli, Treasurer. Next, Vice Presidents Vivek Shankar, Jibin Joy, Arun C. Joseph. Next, Deputy General Secretaries Anup Krishnan, Shashi PR, and Rajesh N. Please come. Then Woman EC, Amrita Lashmi C. Nisha Varghese Matthew. Next, Executive Committee members Akansha Singh, Anup Latif, Hari Krishnan B. Jerry Jose, Neil George, Denjit Gopalakrishnan, Sandeep Matthew Cherian, Sarath Prasad, Sindhu Kumari IB, Tojin G. Thomas. Next, Zonal Secretaries Arikaran RK, Chennai Zone, Devi, Kottayam Zone, Dilip B, Kozhikode Zone, Jeevan Raj A, Thiruvananthapuram Zone, please come. Joseph Mary, Bangalore Zone. Mahesh Man Singh Nigam, Mumbai. Rijo Rajan, Ahmedabad. Shahir PY, Ernakulam. Siddheshwar Dalai, Calcutta. Sudhanshu Kumar Srivastav, New Delhi. with immense pride and joy, I present before you the newly elected Executive Committee for the year 2025-27. In the absence of elected new presidents, I shall now hand the mic to our Vice President, Mr. Vivek Shankar. Thank you all.
Thank you, comrades. And congratulate newly elected OB EC members and Zonal Secretary. We have successfully completed our 36th biennial conference at Calicut. The coming days are very challenging. The questions arises here itself are the proof, because the banking industry and especially in Federal Bank, we are going to face many challenges, including these associate officers, individual scorecards, many structural and policy changes we can expect through this year, coming time. But one thing is there, our FBOA is stronger to handle all the challenges in the coming days. Only thing, we all have to gather under the umbrella of FBOA. If we stand together, we can face all the challenges, and FBOA will continue, Federal Bank will continue, and all the officers will continue in Federal Bank, and we will be able to retire at the age of 60 from the Federal Bank. Thank you once again, and I am handing over the mic to General Secretary for the conclusion. I invite Comrade Janib J. Kachapalli for the few words.
Dear comrades, thank you very much for reposing your confidence in the newly elected committee for the next 2 years. As debated in the early morning sessions, the time is going not to be that good, because a lot of issues we have to face, a lot of hurdles will be there, and the ultimate solution for everything is Federal Bank Officers Association. There's no doubt in it. For the last 59 years, this organization has protected each and every officers of this bank. And it is our responsibility to see that Federal Bank Officers Association is going up and protecting our job security, protecting the bank. So the coming years, there will be a lot of hurdles, lot of agitations, and be with the FBOA. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Group. Now I invite Comrade Neil for the vote of thanks.
Good evening, team, respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear colleagues. I am very happy to get honored that we Kozhikode team, Kozhikode zone got a chance to host the conference, and we are very happy that we successfully have done this conference in a great way, and it's only because of the team. We had around 100 committee members, and they joined hand together, and they had put all their effort, and I'm very happy for that. And we had thank you all for participating in this great event, and thank you one and all.
İnkılap Zindabad! İnkılap Zindabad! İnkılap Zindabad! İnkılap Zindabad! FBOA Zindabad! FBOA Zindabad! FBOA Zindabad! FBOA Zindabad! ABC Zindabad! ABOC Zindabad! ABSC Zindabad! ABOC Zindabad! National Conference Zindabad! National Conference Zindabad! October 11 Zindabad! October 11 Zindabad! FBOA Zindabad! FBOA Zindabad! İnkılap! İnkılap! İnkılap Zindabad! İnkılap! İnkılap! İnkılap Zindabad!
നാഷണൽ അന്തത്തിനായിട്ട് എണീറ്റ് നിൽക്കാം.
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय जय हे
എല്ലാവരും നമ്മുടെ കൊടി താഴ്ത്തുന്ന ഒരു ചടങ്ങും കൂടെയുണ്ട്. ഫ്ലാഗിൻ്റെ അടുത്തേക്ക് വരണമെന്ന് താല്പര്യപ്പെടുന്നു. മീറ്റിംഗ് ഔദ്യോഗികമായിട്ട് തീർന്നിരിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
We request each and everyone to be present over to the flag hoisting center. Another ceremony will be there. Requesting all to come over there. The meeting is officially concluded. Thank you.